over. over. Hey guys, testing. Audio looks good. All right. So this stream is going to be a little more dense than the previous one, which was kind of a bit more of a test run than anything else. This will be my second time now, and I have a much better idea of what to do, so should be a lot smoother. What we're going to be talking about is something I've talked about on different streams when I was a guest, but it's not something where I've actually had my own platform to go through the details on. I've had a lot of arguments with people about the race and IQ stuff, the differences between Europeans and other groups, and I am somebody who is decidedly less focused on the genetic determinism stuff than most other people in our circles. And this comes out of my economics video, where I talk about how the difference between a high trust and a low trust society isn't just due to magic DNA that creates high trust societies when you have people of a particular background in that society. That it has much more to do with the structure of the labor force. I focused on the economic issues, but that's not the only thing. And it leaves a lot to be discussed, actually, because there's gaps in that explanation. Because primarily you have to ask yourself, where does what really is a high trust society? Yeah, it's over. It's too late. What is a high trust society? It's a society where you can be sure that the average person that you interact with is going to be following the same rule book as you, and they're going to apply the same rules to themselves and their relatives that they're going to apply to you. Trust that people are going to be consistent and honest is a big factor. Where, if your wages are really low, that's going to cause an increase in desperation. That's going to cause people to Hey, am I back? Hey, am I back? Can I get some? Okay, so I'm back. All right. Yeah, I had a little internet problem there. So that's been corrected. Okay, so the first thing we got to do is we got to talk about this. So this is genome-wide association studies that determine what the potential range of IQs should be in a given population. And if you look at the far right corner here, Bronze Age Greece and Iron Age Italy are the two highest groups here, which makes sense, obviously, Roman Empire and ancient Greece. But if you actually look at the standard deviation here, Greece is just about 100 on IQ. That's not substantial. And there's no evidence to show that the Chinese were substantially lower IQ than they are today. And the Greeks were about 10 times the population of ancient China. Or sorry, excuse me, the other way around. Ancient China was about 10 times the population of ancient Greece. And yet the Greeks massively outproduced them in culture and achievement. And you have to explain that somehow. It can't just be down to DNA or brain capacity or ability to process information. There has to be some cultural element here that explains it. And what I would argue, and this is an argument I made as well in my economics video, is that, excuse me just a second. Is an argument I've made in my economics video that polygamy played a huge role on the structure of the society and how things ended up just on a community-wide level. And it's not something that you can just break down to DNA. And just one moment. Think of it this way. Let's say you have an extended family that descends from one patriarch who has multiple wives. Oh, by the way, this is a kinship intensity index right here. This is showing the degree to which societies are based on traditional clan and kinship-based lines versus non-related community networks. And as you can see, Middle East is most intense, followed by Asia. And Europe is the least intense, which makes a lot of sense, with some exceptions, of course, in the Balkans. Anyways, so let's go from the position of a traditional patriarch in, say, the Bronze Age Middle East. King Solomon. King Solomon had like thousands of wives, okay, and he had well, in theory he had thousands of wives according to the scriptures, but regardless, he had many wives and he had entire nations descended from him patrilineally. And that's what is possible when you have multiple women connected to one man. And this forms clans and tribes. Okay? When you have a system like that, it makes sense, first of all, to trust blood relatives over strangers. Let me just start with that. It makes a lot more sense than trusting random people that you have no direct connection with. And if they backstab you, you don't necessarily have a way of recouping from that. Whereas if they're directly connected to you by blood, family relations, they're going to think twice about double-crossing you. So it's a natural thing if you have a large extended family clan network that you're going to rely on those networks over relying on the random person in the street. This is something else as well, I keep bringing it back to the economics video, that I talked about, where nepotism is actually logical. Nepotism and favoring your family for jobs, it's rational to do that when you don't suffer an economic loss for doing that. When you have an abundance of options and you can offset the potentially less efficient family member that you're putting in that position, you're still benefiting your family by giving him employment, and you're probably going to be able to trust him more than a random person that could just take off and there's no way to deal with that. Well, it's the same in society in general. And what you see in traditional societies like the Islamic world or like the Hindu world, traditional Hinduism, is that you see that there are these castes, these tribes, and all the economic activity and social activity occurs within these tribes and very little between the tribes, the unrelated tribes. And this is the structure of traditional civilizations. And really, whoever the emperor was the dominant tribe, or the ruler, the patriarch of that dominant tribe was the emperor. There was no real formal relationship between the emperor and his subjects. It was basically, you were being dominated by this person. There was no concept of citizenship in ancient China, ancient India, or even the Islamic world. Now, imagine for a moment that instead of having this traditional society that is clan-based, where it's kinship ties are really what determine your place in society, and your morality is based on the in-group versus the out-group, because that's how you're going to determine what's good is what's good for your clan or your tribe, and what's bad is what harms your clan or your tribe. You don't have any concept of a universal identity, of universalism. That isn't a thing that exists in a tribal society. If you start from that, and then you imagine, well, what happens if you have a society where from the get-go, monogamy is imposed as a norm? What kind of society does that create? Well, first of all, the first thing that would happen is that you would immediately lose, within a few generations, your extended family, most of your extended family. And families would become much more isolated and nuclear as a consequence. That means that you don't have these kinship networks that you can fall back on when you need to participate in the economy, when you need to get something done, when you need to have justice performed. Let's say someone wrongs you and you need to seek justice. You can't just rely on your tribe to take vengeance for you, because you don't have a tribe, because you're not connected to an extended family like that. Well, because you lack that extended family, now you're forced to deal with strangers in your society, like whatever community that you live in, assuming that the entire community is structurally monogamous. Now you're this city, let's say, this polis, this Greek polis of these isolated nuclear families that have to figure out some other way of organizing societies and relationships with each other. And this is where the high trust concept comes from, because The only way that you can function in a society like that is by having a universalist understanding of what right and wrong is, and being primordially individualistic. Because everybody needs to be individualistic in order for this to work. You can't have one guy being individualistic and another guy being tribalistic, or another group being tribalistic, because the tribalistic types will outcompete the individualists. And it doesn't work unless you have everybody playing by the same rule book. So second here. This is where concepts like nationhood, like citizenship, this is where they derive from. And this is also where you need to have everyone in the society opt in to the society in order to make it work. You can't just have a clan leadership that rules the area and then dominates everyone else underneath them, because you don't have a clan. You have to have people willingly want to opt in to defend your state. And what we realize is that even though this system is a lot harder to start, because first of all, you have to restrict elite men from taking multiple women and producing large extended family networks, that's the first major hurdle. And then on top of that, you have to create a society that is by its very nature less predictable, because you have to make people trust strangers effectively. But once you get that ball rolling, what you discover is that these kind of societies that are based around these nuclear families, or, you know, if not strictly nuclear in like the 1950s America sense, very close to it, like non-extended families where they're not living in like a communal compound. Like these yeoman farmers is what they used to call them in ancient Rome, where the Roman legionary would be an independent farmer. Those kind of societies are much more high investment. Like the men are much more invested in defending and fighting for those societies, and as a result, they're much more successful. And this is what we've seen historically. Now, oh yeah, you do still rely on your male relatives with monogamy. That is true. It's not that you don't have those connections, it's that they're much less emphasized. Whereas, for example, I knew a guy who was a Palestinian, and he once told me, we were talking about our extended families, and he told me he has 100 cousins. And he wasn't saying that as like an exaggeration. He was just saying it matter-of-factly. I was like, what the 100 cousins? I couldn't imagine 100 cousins. But it's because they have these extended families that go back multiple generations, and the classes of men that were able to produce the most children were the upper classes that could have additional wives. And when you have 100 cousins, you don't need to rely on some random guy to fix your roof or to argue your case in court. You'll have a cousin that can do that for you. And there's no reason to set up the same rules for everyone else, because you can just work within the family. And that's how pretty much all these non-first world societies function. A good example of this, actually, if you want to see a really fascinating example, is Israel. Israel is, here, I'll pull this up here. Just one moment. Israel is one of the most corrupt countries that is a first world country. And it's one of those things that's a little hard to explain, because if you look at the actual statistical results from Israeli students, they score very high. If we're talking Jewish students, if you exclude non-Jewish students in Israel, they score at a minimum at European levels, if not higher than Europeans on average. So in spite of being very high IQ, they're extremely corrupt. So the question is why? And what I would say is that Israel and Jewish culture is fundamentally Semitic in origin. And what's happening over time is, as the European influence wanes in Israel and it becomes more traditionally Jewish, it starts to adopt stereotypically Middle Eastern styles of governance, and Middle Eastern styles of governance are basically despotic, corrupt, highly cliquish and clan-based. And actually, a good example of this would be the ultra-Orthodox Jews within Israel. They're effectively a parasitic class within Israel. They don't serve in the IDF. A good chunk of them are actually hostile to the existence of Israel for religious reasons, but they still take money from the Israeli state. They have no problem with that. And as a matter of fact, I would say the ultra-Orthodox in Israel are the biggest single threat to the survival of that country. And it's not just the innate structure of the society that creates this. It's also the environments that these people developed in. Consider Europe from a environmental perspective. Europe is mostly wide open, and just one second. Europe is relatively poor in terms of its farmland quality, but it's very densely packed. It's not densely packed, excuse me, other way around. It's very dispersed. The climate is temperate, but the farming quality is relatively poor. Compare that to, say, Egypt or Iraq, like traditional Middle Eastern countries, or the Indus Valley in India. What you see is largely inhospitable land, but there are these intensely fertile floodplains where you see ancient civilizations would pack into. And this creates different pressures for what kind of societies will develop. Because if you're, say, a European, let's say you have a problem with your neighbors, you can just move a mile or two out and it doesn't really matter. Whereas if you're in the Middle East, if you're in Iraq or you're in ancient Egypt, you're living on top of your neighbors. You can't just leave because, a mile out from the Nile River is desert. Okay, like resources are much more scarce. They're much more tightly packed into single locations, and there's much more competition for them. In those kinds of environments, you need to have a culture that is very strictly controlling of individual behavior, because you cannot allow individuals to disrupt the flow of the society at large. Just because there's so much more at risk if there's a big kerfuffle in Egypt due to how much smaller and more compact the society is. You can't, and that as a result, this is why you see in Muslim societies, for example, which is where, of course, Egypt, Iraq, the Middle East, Islamic civilization really reflects their deep cultural roots. You see that there's this very strong policing of women and also of people in general, like strict control of individual behavior. There's also very powerful group identification. You see with Middle Eastern societies, it's almost like, see, the thing is, okay, the situation happening in Israel and Palestine is kind of an unfair comparison because of what's, we're supporting one side, but it is just a fact that all Middle Eastern societies, if you just look at how they're structured, it's kind of like mafia gangland. It's almost like the religions in the Middle East are not really metaphysical or confessions of faith, but it's more like a gang symbol. It identifies the gang that you're a member of. as opposed to deep spiritual belief. And they really are tribally focused around that identity. And in a way, and this is what's ironic, is that the very same pressures that create highly individualistic Europeans, these pressures actually are like the exact opposite in terms of what would be necessary to survive in the Middle East. It's like these two populations are having the exact opposite pressures applied to them. And so it's not surprising that when you introduce, for example, a Jewish population into Europe, there's immediate problems. Because you can act, if you have this group-oriented strategy where you have in-group versus out-group morality in particular, you can benefit greatly within an individualist society because, of course, you're applying the in-group versus out-group rules, whereas everyone else in the society is consistently applying the same rules to themselves that they're applying to everyone else. And so as a result, in the short term, as a minority, you can do outstandingly well. And this is, of course, what we see with Jewish populations in Europe. Or, yeah, not just Europe as well, but America also. I'm going to see if I can pull this up. But there was a income based on the education levels and religious confessions in America, and it showed that Jews were basically identical with Episcopalians in terms of their education levels, and including the proportions. So there's just as many PhDs and master's degrees holders that are Episcopalians in the United States, as well as Jews. They're almost identical. And also in terms of the income distribution, surprisingly enough. Episcopalians are just as wealthy as Jews are in the United States. But one group has vastly, vastly more influence and power in the United States than the other, despite them having pretty much the same education and income distributions. And that really boils down to one group practicing this group-oriented strategy and the other group practicing the individualistic strategy. But the problem is that if you have this group-oriented strategy and it becomes the norm, then everything becomes in-group versus out-group. This is where you have these like third world shithole governments that are completely corrupt to the core. And everything becomes corrupt because everyone just takes out of the public pot to benefit their family, their clan, and of course hiring and giving contracts to people that they're connected to and related to. And to bring it back to Israel, this is actually what we see in Israel. We see this kind of graft and this kind of corruption all the time there, because the individual Jewish communities there don't see themselves as part of this Jewish collective the way that they would if they were still a minority in a European country, let's say. Because they're the majority in Israel, now they're further subdividing themselves, and they are acting the same way towards each other that they acted towards us. So it goes to show, it's one of those things where it's super effective when you are in an individualistic society, but when you destroy that society, inevitably, it just creates a shithole for everyone. And then everyone's life sucks. Kind of a funny way of thinking about it, but it's true. And this sort of dovetails into what I was going to talk about concerning feminism and women's rights, because it can't be a coincidence that not only are Europeans very unusual in having socially enforced monogamy, which creates these pressures to create these unusually structured societies that are completely different from what you see anywhere else, but you also see this just so happens to be the same group that gives their own women these enormous political power and influence that they're ultimately using to undermine their own interests. And the question is, well, how does that even happen? Like, there has to be a connection here. So remember what I was talking about concerning the tendency for universalism, and how that's necessary for European societies to function without these kinship networks. Well, what you see in traditional Indo-European societies is that there is this strong tendency towards what they call aristocratic liberty. And aristocratic liberty means that, unlike the situation with ancient China or ancient Babylonia or ancient Egypt, where you have the god emperor ruling over these conscript soldiers, you have something more akin to what's known as the Mannerbund, which is like this coalition of warriors that are voluntarily following a leader based on his charisma and his ability to lead, as opposed to just being able to dominate everyone else through his political power. And this creates a situation where European societies are naturally a lot more distributed in terms of political power than what you see in other societies, where political power is concentrated and centralized in the hands of the elite. And what's funny is, you can even see this as far back as the Roman Empire, where I was talking about in my economics video. I'm going to pull this up now. This is something that I think I should have explained a little bit better when I had first released it. This is comparing the Roman Empire to its contemporaries in ancient China. They existed around the same time. So this is the early Roman Empire, so it'd be about 100 AD. This is the Han Empire in about 100 BC. And what you see is, this is income per capita. You can see that in China, all the wealth is concentrated into the single capital province. Everything is just concentrated there. Whereas in Rome, even though there is a great concentration of wealth, it is more distributed. You do see more economic activity distributed throughout the society. And you can also see that inequality extraction ratio just determines how exploitative the economy is with each of these provinces. And you can see that ancient China, vastly more exploitative, and this is surprising, than ancient Rome. And what's interesting here is that Sicily is the reddest part of Rome, or Roman Empire. And this is actually where most of the slaves were concentrated, was in Sicily. So this is really measuring more like a slavery index, if anything else. And I think we all know who is behind this. See, the thing is, that is true that the small hats have had an enormous impact, but you have to explain the mechanism how that happens. You can't just jump up and say, it's all them and they waved a magic wand. You have to explain the process, or you're just going to fall victim to it again. Anyways, the point that I'm trying to get at, maybe I'm belaboring a little bit here, is that you can't explain European achievement here. You can't explain European achievement just using IQ. And also, there's this other argument that's being used, I see a lot, about that the bell curve is wider for Europeans than East Asians. That's not true. That's not true. If you look at this is PISA scores for the OECD, and you can see that, let me see if I can find Japan. This is Japan's bell curve. Okay, it's identical to the Netherlands, pretty much. There's no difference. So you cannot use bell curve distribution as an explanation for this. So I'm just still waiting on Still waiting on my co-host here to make it. He got caught up in traffic, unfortunately. So, just a moment. And actually, this is another thing I can show you here. This is not just an ancient phenomenon. This is a book that I read called the Kitab al-Itibar. It was written during the First Crusade by a Syrian aristocrat. So this is a Muslim. And he's writing about the Franks that were invading the Middle East at that time. And he says here, the Franks possess none of the virtues of men except courage, consider no precedence or high rank except that of the knights, and have nobody that counts except the knights. These are the men on whose counsel they rely, and the ones who make the legal decisions and judgments. I once brought a case before them relative to certain flocks of sheep which the Lord of Banias had taken from the force in the course of a period of a truce between them and us. At the time I was in Damascus, so I said to King Fulk, this man has trespassed on our rights and taken away our flocks at the lambing time. He then returned the sheep after having lost so many of them. The king said to 6-7 knights, arise and judge this case for them. The knights went out from his audience chamber, retired by themselves, and then consulted together until they agreed upon one thing. Then they returned to the audience chamber of the king and said, we have passed judgment to the effect that the Lord should be fined the amount of the damage he wrought to their sheep. The king accordingly ordered him to pay that fine. He pleaded with me, urged and implored me until I finally accepted from him 400 dinars. Such a judgment, after having been pronounced by the knights, not even the king nor any of the chieftains of the Franks can alter or revoke. Thus the knight is something great in their esteem. The co-host is Maramy Jeeks, but unfortunately he is quite a bit delayed due to having an issue in traffic right now. It's Manhattan, so we could probably figure out who's to blame for this. So in addition to having this, very decentralized form of authority, this originally only applied to the knights, but because of the universalizing nature of European culture, they abstracted those ideas out of their context, which was originally the military elite, and they started to apply it universally over time. You see this over the course of history. And what's interesting is in this book as well, you find some very interesting oh, hey, how you doing? You find some very interesting passages. For example, this is the one I'm looking for. The Franks lack jealousy in sex affairs. The Franks are void of all zeal and jealousy. One of them may be walking along with his wife. He meets another man who takes the wife by the hand and steps aside to converse with her, while the husband is standing on one side waiting for his wife to conclude the conversation. If she lingers too long for him, he leaves her alone with the conversant and goes away. Here's an illustration which I myself witnessed. When I used to visit Nablus, I always took lodging with a man named Muiz, whose home was a lodging house for the Muslims. The house had windows which opened to the road, and there stood opposite to it on the other side of the road a house belonging to a Frank who sold wine for the merchants. He would take some wine in a bottle and go around announcing it by shouting, so-and-so, the merchant, has just opened a cask full of this wine. He who wants to buy some of it will find it in such and such a place. The Franks pay for the announcement made would be the wine in that bottle. One day this Frank went home and found a man with his wife in the same bed. He asked him, what could have made thee enter into my wife's room? The man replied, I was tired, so I went in to rest. But how, asked he, didst thou get into my bed? The other replied, I found a bed that was spread, so I slept in it. But, said he, my wife was sleeping together with thee. The other replied, well, the bed is hers. How could I therefore have prevented her from using her own bed? By the truth of my religion, said the husband, if thou should do it again, thou and I would have a quarrel. Such was for the Frank the entire expression of his disapproval and the limit of his jealousy. Yeah, this is, and here's the thing. This is the medieval period, the High Middle Ages. This was the time when Europe was supposed to be at its least decadent. Now, to be fair, this book is part of a type of autobiography that is not necessarily a 100% true. The way that these autobiographies are written are to be titillating and entertaining. So I actually suspect that this particular event didn't happen because, first of all, how would this guy even know about it? But it demonstrates that these were the sort of things that they were seeing. They were seeing that Frankish women could do whatever they want. There was no way that you could control them. And to me, this indicates that the aristocratic freedoms that were enjoyed by the military elite just gradually dissolved into the wider population. And just over time, people saw like, well, okay, why do we just have the warrior elites that have these concepts of inherent dignity? Well, shouldn't this apply to the wider society as well? And then you extend that. Well, why can't we apply this to women? And it probably started with noble women, and then it extended towards women as a whole. And this was long before any concept like feminism. So this was pre-legal feminism. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry I'm late.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
I had a familial obligation. Also, if the sound's bad, I'm driving right now because I guess my car is a better microphone than the microphone that I bought. So you saw, I mean, it said Mac compatible, but apparently they were
you know
lying.
what? This is early days. These are just the first couple streams. I'm still getting used to the format. Guys that we're with are incredibly patient with us, so it's all good.
Okay, that's good. So, yeah, I think Kevin McDonald talks a lot about like the inherent European philosophy. He doesn't really talk about how it led to feminism so much, but I think his ideas do definitely explain how it led to feminism. This treating people as individuals when individuals don't treat you as an individual and they see you as a group applies to women as well. Because we see white women do think in groups, you know. They don't really think in terms of individual. Also, I think another thing that Kevin McDonald talks about that I think is relevant to why European philosophy led to feminism is that there's less emphasis on the family, in particular, like the extended family in European philosophy, European tradition, compared to like Middle East, like South Asia, Africa. I'm not really sure what was going on there, but anyway, I think like with less emphasis on the family, there's less of a shame for women to do whatever they want because they're not thinking about like, oh, what would my grandparents think of this, or like my great aunts and uncles, or like my second cousins. They're kind of just thinking about like themselves, like what would I think of this? And of course, you know, they're happy to fuck a hot guy, fuck a hot guy, fuck a hot guy. Maybe I shouldn't say F.
I think you're all right.
Have snuggles with a hot guy, I guess we could say. And yeah, like without this emphasis on like extended family and shame, there's just less like holding women back because I don't know if women have the same like internal sense of like right and wrong. Like I think they really need like an external push.
Yeah, that was the point I was making in my video on women and the political, is their understanding of right and wrong is all relational. It's all what is harming and what is preventing harm. That's why I used the adultery as an example. You will find women that will excuse cheating and it's not even necessarily okay. They'll have a natural bias towards women, but they're even more willing to excuse infidelity that a man would do to a woman if there's some context in which it seems reasonable. Like, you will see this more than you will see with men. Men have a strong tendency to apply principle. It's either right or it's wrong. It's black or white morality. This is something that's sort of uniquely male in its psychology.
Yeah, I agree. Also, I don't think women have like really. I think women are like solipsistic more so than men. So they don't really think about like how their actions affect others, or like what others would think of their actions. Like they're more just worried about themselves. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, yeah, and this also goes back to what I was saying about the environments that we develop in. For Europeans, that kind of solipsism and lack of longer term vision, I suppose you could say, that doesn't really matter if you're in a semi-rural European society. Like when I was reading that thing about the Frankish women just sort of wandering around and talking to whoever they want, the vision that I get out of that is like rural France somewhere in the Middle Ages where it's like a village of maybe 200 people or something. Like when you live in a small society like that, you can allow for a lot of individual freedom, and it's not necessarily going to cause huge problems in your society. The problem is that when
Right.
you're in
I
a
think
highly urbanized society, that's where you start getting serious problems if you allow these kind of freedoms.
also I think like in a small village type setting, if I mean obviously like before birth control, like there were biological constraints on like what a woman could do, and I think it's important to note that it was tribal or goblin men, I'm not sure what word we're using, who invented birth control. I just think that's an interesting coincidence that who actually invented that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Uh,
I try to avoid speculating on that one, but I think eventually someone would have invented it. We were eventually going to hit that wall where somebody would
a white man,
invent a
a
super
white man would,
like the financial incentive is just too huge. You know.
yeah, a white man in particular. I don't think a woman or someone from a alternative racial background would have been able to invent it. But
Yeah, well,
yeah, I
regardless,
think a
someone was
white
going to
man.
invent it. That's the point, and it was inevitable. And then we were going to hit this wall once we get there. And by the way, it's another thing is that when you're in a small society, let's say a very small local community, and it's not possible to move around the way that you could in a urban environment, like you can't meet nearly as many people, and you're seeing the same people over and over and over and over and over again. You can have a lot more freedom when it comes to mate choice. Like you can allow people to choose much more than in a highly urbanized society where they run into the problem of what's the term for it? Where you have too many choices and it actually causes you to become indecisive if there's too many
Uh,
options. And in addition to
like
that,
choice paradox or
yeah,
paradox of
paradox
choice
of
or something.
choice. So there's the paradox of choice, and then there's also hypergamy that gets involved in
You
this.
get a reputation too. Like you wouldn't be able to like hide in the crowd in like a small village like you would in a city. Like in a city, you could like hide in the crowd more. Like you wouldn't know like which woman did what because there were just too many people. Um, Also, I think just like practically, like a woman had to choose a guy that could provide for her, not necessarily like the best looking, prior to the Industrial Revolution. So that didn't put men in a sense of like my looks are everything, because like women couldn't really choose based off of looks as much because they needed someone to take care of them.
Yeah, exactly.
So maybe there was more willingness to allow women to choose because it wasn't just lookism. It was they were choosing like the productive, smart men who helped the society as a whole. Like who figured out how to store food for the winter, or who figured out how to grow more food, or produce a better build a better building, or produce better tools.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. And it's, by the way,
yeah,
it's
like
not just the
those
Franks that were like
benefited
this, by the
everyone.
way. Take a look at this. Eirik took coldly to the proposal to forsake his religion, but his wife, Theothild, promptly yielded and caused a church to be built not very near the houses. The building was called Theothild's Church. In that spot she offered her prayers, and so did the men who received Christ, and they were many. After she accepted the faith, Theothild would have no intercourse with Eirik, and this was a great trial to his temper. Okay, Eirik in this context is Eric the Red. He was a Viking, and I believe he discovered Newfoundland. It was either him or his son, but he was actually exiled to Iceland for murder. So this guy was a Viking warlord, basically, and his wife. The concept of marital rape must have existed to some extent in
I
their
don't
society.
marital surprise snuggles. Marital surprise
Yeah, yeah,
snuggles.
yeah. Marital surprise snuggle. Yeah, uh, it must have existed to some extent in their society because this guy, I believe this guy's name is Snorrison, who wrote, because this is in the sagas. There's no comment on this that says this is outlandish or that this is ridiculous. Like the idea that his wife could just deny him intercourse and there would be no pushback other than him getting mad about it. And it's just something that they comment on, like, oh, well, I mean, she just decided to stop putting out and he was really mad about it. First of all, that tells you that odds are they had a relatively monogamous society, because if Irek the Red was able to have access to other women in a socially approved way, I doubt that he would be all that concerned about his wife, who was at this point now, she was in her 40s, because this was they already had Leif Erikson by this point. He wouldn't be that concerned about it, because why would it bother him if he
Yeah,
had access to multiple women? And then
yeah, he'd have a younger woman.
yeah, and then on top of that, there's no as I said, there's no pushback. So that tells you a lot about their society and how I don't know if I would use the term gynocentric, because it's not. It's still technically patriarchal, but it's much more modern shifted, I guess you could say, than what we would expect for this would be, I believe, the 11th century, because this was during the Viking explorations. So this was also in the High Middle Ages. It's quite remarkable.
So marital surprise snuggles was legal in the U.S. like up until like the 80s, from my understanding, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that tells you that the idea that Christianity has had some sort of liberalizing effect, there's a certain truth to it. In some ways, there's a truth to it, but strictly speaking, we can see just from pre-Christian cultural norms that a lot of these female-centric or pro-female attitudes preceded Christianity. And as a matter of fact, there's another book I read called The Laws of the Salian Franks. The Salian Franks were one of the earliest Frankish dynasties, and they ruled the area of northern France and Belgium after the Roman Empire fell apart. And they developed a code book of laws called the Codex Salica in the 5th century. So this was before they were Christianized. And what you find is that they actually have an incredible amount of legal freedom. So here's a passage from the book. In many ways, the Frankish woman seems almost legally self-competent. She was able to own and inherit property, as among the other Germans, and this property was kept separate from her husband's property. Among the other Germans, however, with the exception of the Visigoths, the husband administered his wife's property even though he could not dispose of it without the consent of his wife or her relatives. Among the Franks, the wife may have administered her own property. At least she could be assessed composition separately from her husband, which implies that she had an independent control. And as a widow, a woman might receive the payment that allowed a widowed daughter-in-law to go to a second husband, implying that she had held her daughter-in-law's mundium after the first husband's death. Mundium in this context is the bride price that the groom's family pays to the daughter. She keeps it as like a dowry, basically. And
Yeah.
and it strictly is only passed down to her children. The husband doesn't get any of it. Even if the children are biologically his, it's only passed down to her biological children.
Yeah. I think that definitely contrasts with like South Asia, where the dowry is like the opposite way. But I think it's a lot smarter to have the groom pay the dowry to the bride, because that doesn't encourage female infanticide as much as the bride paying a dowry to the groom.
Yeah, no, that's a good thing, definitely. But it still is a contrast to what you would expect, because you have to realize the context here. This is not like civilized Roman society or even like ancient Greek society. These guys were Frankish barbarians that just overran the Roman Empire and massacred a whole bunch of cities. Like, these were savages, basically.
So do you think maybe they got like to the point of savagery, so to speak, and like ability to take down a civilization because the ladies had more rights, and what the ladies selected for was like brute strength and like wild animal fighting ability?
Possibly. Though I think that the amount of control women had over their choices in marriage was still fairly limited. Like, they weren't able to just decide to go with a man. Her family had to approve of it. And this is what you see in the Frankish laws as well. Like, the woman is legally in control, or not legally, sorry, in control. She's controlled by her husband legally when they're married, and then her family when she's not married. So the women aren't technically legally competent. But it still gives you an idea that in spite of being a very primitive society in a lot of ways, like, this is why the Codex Salica was written up. Because when the Franks overran Gaul, they came in contact with all of these much more advanced Romans that had codified laws and systems set up, whereas the Franks were still going by oral traditions that were just sort of customary, that weren't actually written down as a law code. This is why they developed the Codex Salica. And so these are laws that were actually traditions and customs. And another thing that's interesting, this gives you another idea of how women were perceived in this society. On the killing of free men, he who kills a free Frank or other barbarian who lives by Salic law, and it is proved against him, shall be liable to pay 8,000 denarii, or 200 solidi. This is Roman coinage. He who kills a man who is in the king's trust, or a free woman, and it is proved against him, shall be liable to pay 24,000 denarii, or 600 solidi, 3 times the amount, if you kill a woman versus a man.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it was like that necessarily in like Asian cultures or like Middle Eastern cultures. I don't know for a fact, but
no, it was considered, like, when there was some kind of sex crime, it was considered more like a property crime. Like,
yeah.
There was this recent story in Pakistan where this woman was surprise snuggled by a man, and her family agreed that they would surprise snuggle one of the attacker's relatives as compensation.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking. That sounds completely insane. I'm gonna see if I can find that because it's a real article.
And we see the snow ladies, you know, I mean, I know you disagree with this point, but I think like we see the snow ladies do a lot of interracial, so they don't even really seem to appreciate any of this.
Well, here, I disagree on some areas like prevalence, but I don't disagree that they do it. They don't have any concern about nationhood because that's like a male reproductive strategy. It's a male concept. It's not female. You know, women don't really belong to nations. They don't benefit or lose from being part of a nation. That's the argument I was making concerning the Japanese as well. That even if the Japanese Empire had won World War II and they had expanded throughout all of China, that would benefit Japanese men. It wouldn't benefit Japanese women.
Yeah, it would allow the Japanese men a lot of access to voice to surprise snuggle, but it wouldn't have benefited the Japanese women. That's true.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's how traditional societies were. Is women were effectively extended property, and in India, they used to burn widows alive. You know,
yeah, I think they still do.
Yeah,
I think it's coming back. Jayant Bhandari talks about it, how it's coming back. Like, the British tried to put a stop to it. They mostly did. But yeah, now it's coming back. So yeah, I really don't know why like European men like have such a different perspective on women. And I don't think it's a good thing. Like I think Indians probably have like a better idea. Like they have it better when it comes to like how they treat women.
I can't prove this, but my theory is that the Indo-Europeans had a certain idea that was foundational to them. And it was the idea of bounded sovereignty, bounded autonomy, where you don't have the right to absolutely dominate others, or like there's no authority that can be absolutely dominant. You have to have some kind of consent of the governed in a way. Like it's this sort of democratic egalitarian impulse that exists. And originally, as I said before, it was centered around these warrior tribes, where it would be these bands of warriors that were like a Knights of the Round Table, basically. And they would you couldn't have like conscript farmers as your warriors. You had to have warriors that were committed to the cause and willing to die for you. So you had to treat them as equals. At least like first, like you might be if you're the king, you might be the first among equals, but your band of men are your equals effectively. And what happens is when you combine that with universalism tendencies that are brought on from monogamy, as I said earlier on in the stream, you combine these things, Europeans will naturally just take these ideas, abstract them out of their context, and then create a universal ethics out of it. And this is where you eventually get to the point where women are given the same rights as men, because why not? You know, we're all equally dignified. We all have an equal right to dignity and self-determination. You can see the logical consequences of this.
Yeah. So do you think maybe like what helped Europe like build themselves up was maybe like a bit of a rollback on women's rights, like in the Renaissance era as opposed to the High Middle Ages? What do you think about that idea?
I don't think there was ever really a rollback. I think it was a pretty steady climb.
Well, I mean, marital surprise snuggles, for one thing, was not considered a crime in the U.S., but it was, you know, in Leif Erikson's time. So maybe there was a little bit of a rollback. I don't know if that was like.
I think personally, I rely on the economic argument when it comes to the Renaissance. Like after the Black Death, there was a huge rise in the value of labor that redistributed a lot of wealth into the pockets of average people. They were then able to circulate it in the economy because now because wages were higher, people could buy things for themselves, whereas in the past, the wealth was concentrated in the hands of a very tiny elite that can only buy so many things for themselves. For the most part, wealth would just sort of sit in bags of gold, just sitting in castles. Once
Yeah.
it got back out into the economy through wages going up due to the labor scarcity, that's what really set off the engine for the Renaissance.
Yeah, I mean, also it's possible that the Black Death eliminated people like maybe with like less creative and entrepreneurial, like hardworking type genes, and you just had like a better gene pool after the Black Death. That's totally speculative, but it's just a theory that like it was like somewhat like a eugenic plague.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it could be. This is just something else that I found really funny in this book. The free man who touches the hand or arm or finger of a free woman or any other woman, and it is proved against him, shall be liable to pay 600 denarii. So if you touch a woman's hand, Inkwell, you're getting fined 600 denarii. And if you touch her arm, you're getting fined twice as much, 1,200 denarii.
Unless you're melanated, then you can do it then you can.
No, they didn't allow that back then. I don't think they had any of them back then. It was all white people.
Okay, I mean, from what I understand, there was a very small number. I think Steve Sayer talked about it, like coming in like through the East Africa, like up the Nile. There was like a tiny trickle of melanated, but that could be a myth.
Well, if there was any, it was probably a very small amount. That's the point.
Yeah.
And the thing is, as far as how is burning widows going to affect the psyche of adult working sons in the community? I don't know. I mean, apparently, since they engaged in that custom for thousands of years, they seem to have not had a problem with it. Not something I would do, and it's a good thing that the British put an end to it. But that's not an unusual cultural feature for non-European cultures. Now, that's an extreme example, but I'm talking about the lack of personal freedom, like the lack of consideration for the individual. That sort of thing was just commonplace.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Like, they don't really have a concept of like human rights as much. It's more just might makes right.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know.
And here's another thing as well. So this is the average age of a woman's first marriage. Now, this is later on, okay? So this is 1600 to 1900. But it still demonstrates that you can see Eastern Europe remained quite impoverished right up until very recently, of course. But if we look at Western Europe, where the industrialism had already taken root, you can see that the marriage age actually went way up for women. This is a fairly typical Western European pattern. And what's crazy is that you can actually see okay, I'm going to read this out. The Hanshu and Shuji do not make any special note of the physical appearance of the Wu Sun. The first description of the Wu Sun's physical appearance is found in a Western Han Dynasty book of divination, which describes the women of the Wu Sun as with deep eye sockets, dark, ugly. Their preferences are different, past their prime, still without spouse. And then a later description says, among the barbarians in the western regions, the look of the Wu Sun is the most unusual. The present barbarians, who have green eyes and red hair and look like macaque monkeys, are the offspring of these people. Okay, the Wu Sun were Indo-Europeans, probably Scythians that lived in the western fringes of China.
Okay.
And this was in the 500s AD, I believe, Western Han. So yes, this would have been between, let's say between 300 BC and 500 AD. And so you can see that this pattern for Europeans of late marriage probably coinciding with monogamy. This pattern consists across multiple centuries and also across enormous geographic distances.
Yeah. Also, do you think maybe monogamy gave every man or most man a woman, so there was less incentive to like oppress them and to like dislike them? Because from what I've heard, inkwelldom increases misogynistic attitudes. So even if the inkwelldom was due to like polygamy and not, women choosing so much, more inkwelldom due to polygamy could lead to more misogynistic attitudes as a whole in society.
I mean, yeah, that's true. I would say that's true. Though I think that's a fairly recent phenomenon because traditionally, um, people had much bigger concerns than women, to be quite honest. I mean, the biggest
Yeah,
concern people had was survival for the most part,
right,
feeding themselves. Yeah, I don't want to be
right.
that
And
guy.
women had that.
I don't want to be that guy that says, oh, well, these are first world problems. But in a certain sense, that is true. Where
Right.
we're concerned about this stuff because we don't have to fear for our lives and we're not starving. That's one way of looking at it. Whereas in older societies, even as recently as the 19th century, like times could be extremely rough and brutal. So people
Yeah,
prioritize things differently, I would say.
yeah, and I think especially women did too. Like they didn't prioritize men's looks as much, and because they're the ones that pick, I think that's what really matters. Like I don't think it really matters as much like what men prioritize.
Yeah.
Um, it does. It matters what women prioritize, but yeah, that's another concept of like there might come a point where we don't even really worry about inkwelldom. I think somewhere in our server, a Pakistani guy was saying that like eventually, like due to the immigration, like it's gonna get so bad that we're gonna like be homeless and starve, like it's India, and like inkwelldom like won't even be a concern. Like he's not even worried about his own inkwelldom anymore, just because his immediate survival like isn't a guarantee anymore. Um,
We are
yeah,
getting to that point.
so I do think it's somewhat is a luxury to like even worry about inkwelldom, and I mean maybe like from the women won't be able to worry so much about a man's looks anymore. Maybe I don't know. We might get to that point, but there
Well,
might be such a bad excess male issue that they'll always be able to be kind of picky.
what I've noticed is you're starting to see more and more videos of women in Europe uh, getting bothered by these migrants hitting on them at random places. But the thing is, by the time that they start worrying about this shit, it's already too late. Like, it's already too late, at least, to do anything democratically, like through the existing levers of power. So it's kind of pointless. By the time women realize what's up, it's already over.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't really feel bad for the women so much as I feel bad for us dudes. Um, yeah, but yeah, I think you do have a great point with that. Um, I haven't really noticed it as much in the U.S. Like I'm still seeing a lot of like posts on Instagram like in support of like the immigrants and like Trump's like a racist and all that. Uh, but
Well,
yeah, maybe in Europe it's a little different because I think the types of immigrants to Europe are more. It's less selective in the U.S. Like at least in the U.S. it's like we're only really getting average like Latin Americans, not so much like average like Indians or like Africans or Middle Easterners. Like I think like average Indians or Africans will surprise snuggle with surprisingly high frequency. Like I don't think like surprise snuggling is very rare in the global south.
Yeah, no, you're right. By the way, though, this is a bit of a diversion, but this is something I wanted to play because it's really funny. So just to go back to what we were talking about concerning the peculiarities of European culture, including before the so-called rise of feminism. There's this channel on YouTube called Voices of the Past, and this guy reads letters that were written by historical figures and at various points in time in history, or like passages from books that were written. And it sort of gives you a window into what people were thinking at that time and how they were perceiving things. So one of my favorite videos that he made is this one where he reads the letters of one of the first Japanese envoys to the United States, and where he's describing American culture as he perceives it as a Japanese man. And here's a clip that I'm going to play right now. You'll see what I mean. It's really funny.
From the earliest days of intercourse between the East and the West.
I'm going to increase the volume a little bit.
The two have not really understood each other, since they have totally different outlooks, with the customs and character of the one the opposite of those of the other in every respect, down to the smallest detail. Since our embassy embarked on the American ship in Yokohama, we have been journeying through a realm of foreign customs, and just as our behavior is surprising to the Americans, their customs seem baffling to us. Among these differing customs, by far the strangest was the social relations between men and women. In conjugal and family relations in Japan, a wife is dutiful to her mother and father-in-law, and children show respect to their parents. In America, however, it is the custom for the husband to serve his wife. This may involve carrying her lantern or shoes, offering her delicacies, dusting off her garments, helping her when she boards or alights from a carriage, pushing her chair forward when she sits, or carrying articles for her when she is walking. If the husband senses even the slightest displeasure from his wife, he demonstrates his love and respect by bowing and apologizing. If the apology is not accepted, he may be sent out of the room and cannot even eat. When men and women are travelling in the same carriage, the men stand immediately to offer their seats to the women, who take them without hesitation. While women are present, men are circumspect in their behaviour, speaking softly and avoiding cursing and argument. If these rules of behaviour were to be transplanted and replace our forms of filial duty towards our parents, that would represent
Did something happen?
Improvement.
Mercer? Hello?
Was the volume not working?
I heard like their customs seem baffling to us. That was the last thing I heard.
Ah, no. Oh. Okay, well, shit. I'm not gonna replay the whole video. Effectively, what he was saying is from his perspective, it seemed like 19th century American culture had the husband serving his wife. Like they actually thought it was like gynocentric by definition. It's really funny. It gives you an idea of how these non-European cultures viewed us, because we would have seen that as extremely patriarchal at the time, right? By our modern standards, very patriarchal, because of course women couldn't even vote back then, but not according to the Japanese. And this guy was, be careful what you wish for, because he was saying, I think it would be a great idea if Japan adopted these ideas. Well, guess what, Japan? Guess what happened to you? Just 100 years later, congratulations, you've adopted those ideas. How are those doing for you?
Yeah, isn't like 1 in 12 people in like the 1 in 12 people under 40 in Japan like non-Japanese now?
Yeah, I think that's only Tokyo. The demographic situation in Japan in terms of immigration actually is not that bad. They still have issues, but it's mostly the fertility rate issue and women just not marrying. Also, this is something else I brought up in my previous stream, which I wasn't able to really capitalize on it because it's a little tricky trying to. Let me just see here. Oh, I don't have that image. So if you guys remember my previous stream, I was talking about how you see from surveys that men are just not willing to fight for their countries, young men.
Yeah.
And if you look at Japan, Japan actually has one of the worst numbers for men willing to fight for their country. I think it's something like 9%. Here, I'm going to pull it up right now.
Wow.
Yeah, here. Give me a second here.
Yeah, I don't think there can be like another ground war involving like a so-called first world nation. Like, I just think there isn't the will.
Yeah, look at that, 10 to 25%. This is as bad as Germany, Italy. I mean, these were all former Axis countries. I'm sure that probably plays a role, but you can see that the amount of men willing to fight in Europe is basically nothing, and in Japan as well. And you know what's crazy about Japan is if you look at, let's see if I can pull this up. Here we are. This guy, Arctotherium, he does good stuff. So, the Japanese are the bravest people I have ever met, wrote John Masters, a British officer who fought them in Burma. In our armies, any of them, nearly every Japanese, would have had a Congressional Medal of Honor or a Victoria Cross. It is the fashion to dismiss their courage as fanaticism, but this only begs the question. They believed in something and they were willing to die for it, for any smallest detail that would help to achieve it. What else is bravery?
Yeah, I really think like women judging men's looks like kind of kills the incentive to die for something. You know?
Hey, Maramy, can you turn up your volume on your mic internally? Because I've maxed out your volume on my end. You should have an option to. Yeah, we're gonna start doing open mic in about 10 minutes.
Are we getting complaints about is it as bad as last time?
No, it's not as bad as last time, but people are saying you're a little bit quiet.
Okay. Yeah, I'll see what I can do. I have to drive around, so I'll have to look
Yeah, no problem.
But yeah, I mean, I bought the new mic, and everyone was like, buy a mic, and it didn't work.
Yeah, it's brutal. I don't know. I mean, guess that's what you get for buying an iMac. You should have just bought a PC with the rest of the plebs.
Yeah. Yeah, that was dumb to buy a Mac.
Yeah. But yeah, the Middle East has very high rates of willingness to fight. And it's not surprising. I mean, look at what they have. You know, they have access to women and wives that they can lay down bloodlines and families with. Why wouldn't they be willing to fight for that? Like, if you're a German man, if you're a German who's 20 years old, what exactly is the German state offering you in order to defend them, defend the state? Like, the state doesn't represent you. The state sees you as an enemy. Well, how are you supposed to be loyal to that state? Like, what possible incentive is that?
No, I agree.
And there's another really funny example. I'm going to see if I can pull this up. Hopefully I won't have the problem with low volume again. We'll see. But there's another video clip I wanted to play. Here it is. I guess you don't really need to hear the voices of the guys because there's subtitles.
You guys live in the UK? Yeah. Would you join the military? No. We're not from this country. If they say it's compulsory, what would you do? I'll just go back to my country. I'll just go back to my country.
First of all, I'm not a UK citizen. I'm an immigrant.
I'm Welsh.
No, unfortunately not. I'm not from this country originally.
Where are you from?
Brazil.
Do you live here?
Yes.
Would you go to war for this country?
No.
I'm Pakistani, so
Are you a resident?
I'm a resident. I've got dual nationality.
You guys live in the UK?
Yeah, we do.
Would you join the
Yeah.
military?
Of course, they're not going to fight for this country. Why would they? This is a point I made in other videos where why would anybody who sees how these countries treat their own native citizens want to be part of this identity? What a shitty identity to be a part of.
Do you know who the Dark Cell podcast is?
Yeah, I remember him from ages ago. Does he still do videos?
He's still around, and yeah, he made a Rumble video. They should draft homosexuals and women before they draft men. He made a video about that. How that just kind of makes logical sense.
I mean, those are the people that
draft all these
yeah.
the women, the people that benefit.
Well, those are the people that have the most to lose from the Western state falling. So it makes sense.
Yeah.
What do we have to lose? This is something that I've tried to explain to British nationalists, and they don't understand me because they think that I'm supporting the Pakistani side in this. But I'm like, listen, you have these British guys that you see that are converting to Islam, and I'm like, okay, well, what exactly does a working class white English kid have to lose if Islam takes over the UK and it becomes an Islamic caliphate? Okay, Islam is not an ethno-religion. You can convert to Islam and be accepted into their community more or less. Now you could say, well, this is not English. Foundationally, it's not English. It's betrayal of our racial memory. It's a betrayal of our, and I'm like, okay, you know what? I could even get behind that. I could even sympathize with that point of view. But that doesn't change the reality that you have to look at the incentives. If the way that the situation is in Pakistan, or not Pakistan, excuse me, in the UK, is that you have Muslims that lock down their own women. Their own women cannot associate with white British guys. Okay? But the white British have no control over their own women. And the women get incensed if you even suggest that they should have some kind of obligation towards their own men. So even if the rate of mixture, let's say, is very low between British women and Pakistani men, even if the rate of admixture is low, it's not zero. And it's only going in one direction, which means that just from the perception of anyone that's paying attention, it's obvious which side is going to win in the long run. Which side is going to replace the other side paternally. So a lot of these guys, even if they're not thinking about it this way, they're realizing, well, okay, I can join this community voluntarily that has controls over its own women and prevents their women from acting against the group's interests. Or I can remain part of my own group that I have no control over. The women can do whatever they want, and we are completely powerless to stop them. Well, I mean, it's understandable why a lot of these guys would pick that option. I wish it wasn't that way. I actually am very attached to England in particular. My mother's side is directly from the UK, but when I look at what's going on there, I'm asking myself, well, why wouldn't they think that way? And there was a question about what is China offering to rice cells? What will they be sent to re-education? Well, the thing is, East Asians, it's a little bit different because in a lot of cases, there's going to be a lot of Chinese men who are just not going to get anything, just because of, and it's not even because they're undesirable per se. It's because the structure of the population pyramid just doesn't allow for, like, there's too many excess men. That is true. However, a lot of Asians seem to be okay with that, as crazy as it sounds. A lot of them don't mind, and this is something you notice if you look at what's going on in Africa right now. There are a lot of Chinese overseas in Africa building infrastructure projects. And what I expected the Chinese to do was to seed their excess men in East Africa to create like a mixed race intermediate class that would sort of be in between the Chinese and the Africans.
How's my sound?
It sounds fine. It sounds fine. But I figured that they would create like a mulatto class that was intermediate between the Chinese and the Africans, but that's not happening. Like, yeah, okay, there will be Chinese men that will, bust a nut. But if we're looking at men that are actually willing to settle down with these African women, Chinese men would rather be celibate. It just seems like they have less of a
understandable.
Yeah. But they still, and even if they dislike the CCP and they see the CCP as corrupt, they still identify with China as the nation. So I guarantee you the Chinese are gunning to have the first boots on the ground on Mars. I guarantee you that's in the Chinese. That I think what would happen if they were to achieve that is they would consider that the end of the century of humiliation and the beginning of the new Chinese golden age in their minds. And it wouldn't be a victory for the CCP, it would be a victory for China. That's how they would see it. It would be like their civilization.
Like ants in a hive, They're not really worried about the individual as much.
Kind of.
In Asian culture, like they've historically deleted a lot of the female infants. So I think like a lot of men faced inkwelldom historically in Asian culture just because they deleted the female infants. And that wasn't the case in like Europe. So maybe there's just not precedent for like Europeans to just like be okay with that like there is for rice cells.
Yeah, it's true. All right, we're doing open mic now. So anybody who wants to hop in, join the Pit VC on Metacan server, and we can pull you in.
Waxel, if you come back, can you not interrupt Mercer as much?
Yeah, he was fine. It was just a little too much Fed posting and a little too much interruption. But I like when people disagree with me. That generates a lot more interesting conversations than just agreeing, right?
Yeah, I mean, I mostly agree with you. Like, I hate to do it just because it's boring, but
yeah, no. Yeah, well, the thing is, we've already hammered out any disagreements that we had just privately, right? Like when we would have back and forth conversations. So that kind of is a given.
Yeah.
But yeah, let me just read. Hang on. Are you saying the UK could end up like Latin America where the races are? I don't think that they're going to end up like Latin America because that situation was effectively like a white supremacist setup. That's not what would happen in the UK. Because if Islam were to actually win and take over the UK, I don't know if any particular male line would be advantaged, because this would be assuming that the English at that point would basically convert, right? I don't think necessarily that they would have some kind of reproductive advantage, unless they had polygamy, maybe at that point. But yeah, I don't think so.
I mean, from what I understand, the Muslims, like from the Arab countries, don't really like the South Asian Muslims. Like they just kind of think the South Asian Muslims are like dirty and like not as good as they are. So I don't know how they react to like white Muslims.
They see white Muslims as they kind of see them as a conquest, as a victory. Because they see the West as their only major civilizational rival, and really the overwhelming rival. And if they can win over people to what they see as their civilization, that is a huge win for them. They don't,
Right.
and also it just helps with the optics as well, because they're facing a lot of pressure from secularists that see the West as the alternative, especially women. So if they can parade around white people that are Muslims and dressed up as Muslims and pushing Islamic stuff, that is a huge propaganda victory for them.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, maybe like blood just runs too deep. Like maybe Islam is like such a strong psychological force, but maybe blood in like the tribe just runs too deep, and they wouldn't really accept like significant numbers of white Muslims. Because I don't really know, because
I actually don't think so. I don't think so. I disagree.
Okay. All right, because I do think there's like an ethnic coding to Muslim. Like Muslim kind of means like brown or even like black, and I don't know like how they really think of blacks, because I don't think like Arabs particularly like blacks.
No, this is the biggest conflict with Muslims. This is because the thing is, if you think that Christianity is bad when it comes to nationalism, like this is a huge, if you know about the white nationalist sphere, one of the biggest conflicts right now is whether Christianity is a good thing or if it's a bad thing. Whether it's, some people will say, oh, it's Jewish subversion. Other people will say it's universalism undermines national cohesion and national identity, ethnic, racial identity. If you think that's bad for Christianity, Islam is that cranked up times 10. In Islam, there's no way that you can justify nationalism through Islam. It is basically, Islam is this globalistic, imperialistic way of living. Really, the whole goal of Islam is to spread across the world and unite the world, to dissolve all borders. And they were largely successful in that.
The interpretations like to fit the times, like if that really happened and like whites started identifying as, or like started converting to Islam in significant numbers, like you don't think that they would change the interpretation to have a more nationalistic, like hostile to white society impression or like point of view?
Well,
you really think they just like keep it like, oh, we're all Muslims? Like,
well, yeah, that's the thing, is that if we're talking about true Muslims, like truly devoted Muslims, they will deny race. They will 100% conform to Islam as their identity. Whereas if we're talking about the majority of people, you're right. I'm talking in practice, obviously, ethnic nationalism, as I described in my video on nationalism, it's in our bones. It's like in our DNA to be ethnocentric. We can't get away from it.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying, but you're saying that Islam can overpower that.
Well, I'm saying Islam as an ideology overpowers that. So if we're talking about immigrant Muslims that are in Europe, they do not want to highlight racial divides. Like Pakistanis, for example, in the UK, they don't want to be seen as a racial group that's causing problems. Like having a pan-ethnic Muslim identity is a huge advantage to them in that regard.
If you're from like a racial group that's like objectively worse, then you're not going to want to highlight racial differences, you know?
That's another
Like
factor.
I was saying before, like the Arab Muslims do look down on like the South Asian Muslims. I mean, maybe not like the most devout, but like a lot of like the normal ones do.
Yeah, but they would say that's un-Islamic. That's how they would describe it. Like that doesn't conform with the ideals of Islam. Islam is supposed to be like everyone equally submits to God, and that there's no, like, nationalism is a form of shirk. It's a form of worshiping an idol before God, because you're placing this thing before the religion. And the thing is that early Islam under the first caliphate, no, well, technically the second caliphate, the Umayyad caliphate, it was basically like an Arab supremacist system. And it was overthrown exactly because it was Arab supremacist. The Abbasid Caliphate that came in after the Umayyad Caliphate, the motivation behind overthrowing the Umayyads was their tendency to exclusively support Arab interests, to try and prevent Muslim converts from entering the society and the government and becoming influential. So yeah, you're right. Like I'm not talking about how it plays out in reality. I'm talking about what the ideal is.
Right, but the ideal is just that. It's an ideal. Like, I think the reality is what actually matters. You know.
Well, it depends, right? Are we talking about Islam being the unifying identity, or are we talking about like Pakistani identity being, or Pashtun or Punjabi identity being the unifying factor here? Because I don't see that in the UK. Like in the UK, you see it basically it's Muslims versus British. That's what you see. Like they're identifying much more with Islam across ethnic lines.
Isn't that like what the tribe is like also trying to push? Because like they obviously have issues with Muslims. So they want to like try to create antagonism against like Islam specifically, and not necessarily Hindus or like Christian blacks, because like the tribe, you know, they have a problem with Islam, but they don't have a problem with people of alternative races, you know.
Well, if we're talking about the small hats, they have a problem with Islam because they've plopped their ethno-state in the middle of a Muslim beehive. That's why, you know. And this is a point actually that I've made to nationalists is if we were to do a psychological experiment where we imagine that Israel were to vanish off the face of the earth, just completely disappear, and it's replaced by the state of Palestine, and the Middle East is united in peace now because the Palestinians all go home and everyone's happy, whatever. What exactly would happen? Well, what would happen is that the tribes in European countries and in America would then be able to be left-wing and globalist consistently without having Israel sticking out as a very obvious area of inconsistency for them. Because this is really what's caused all the noticing, is seeing them behave hypocritically towards Israel compared to how they expect European countries to function. That is really what has exposed them. If Israel did not exist, if Israel had never come into existence, they would be in a much stronger position than they are now. And
yeah, and I think
I was just gonna finish my thought here. In addition to that, what would the Muslims do and other immigrant groups do in Europe? Do you think that if the Middle East problem were to resolve itself, they would all immediately, with grateful hearts, just go back to their countries of origin? Of course not. You know, they're not going back to Morocco, Algeria, Pakistan, Afghanistan, whatever. They're not going back. Like, why? Why would they? It's not in their interest. At that point then, as a matter of fact, they could then find themselves in a strategic alliance with the small hats that are now leftists consistently, without any hypocrisy. They would then, because they would both be minority groups that are in opposition to the majority Europeans. So,
but a lot of the more melanated groups just see like small hats as like wealthy white people, and I don't know if that would necessarily change, even if Israel didn't exist.
Well, the thing is that's exactly what they want, because the small hats they want to function as a minority, and they will support others that will attack whites. Even if they are seen as a wealthy white minority, they're fine with that. As long as, because they have other means of defending their interests.
Agree. I guess until like the upper middle class can't hide anymore, but maybe they don't even care. But yeah, I agree with that. I think they only have a problem with being seen as wealthy white people when it relates to Israel. Other than that, I don't think they have a problem with like being seen as wealthy white people.
Yeah. Hang on, I think we have a guest caller in here. Tacky?
Yep.
How you doing?
I didn't know when to.
Yeah, we were kind of bloviating a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm based in the Netherlands. Finally found a stream that is starting early. The other
Yeah, we
streams
started
are
early
usually
for the Euro cells. That's why we
Yeah.
started so early.
That's great. I had a small point on the Islam.
Just one moment, Tacky. Would you mind turning up your microphone a little bit? I have you turned up as much as I can, but you're still a little quiet.
Here. Let's see. I think I'm maxed out here. Can you guys hear me a bit better? Or
Oh yeah. Now you're a lot louder now. Yeah.
all right, nice. Okay, what did you want to ask?
Oh no, you were just quiet. So just keep going with what you were saying there.
Okay, yes. Yeah, from what I noticed with the Islamic people or the Muslims, is that some of them do take on a more clan-based. They mix the religion with their own clans, kind of an ethno-religious type of thing. It depends on which which Muslim group we're talking about. For example, I think with Somalis, they do take a sort of an ethno-religious, what do you say, a group function with it. They're very tribalistic, I would say. So I don't know. Sort of, yeah. I do think it's a lot more ethno-religious with some groups. It's not entirely, they're not entirely universalists. I also think they're partly getting influenced by the place where they're at in Europe, by liberalism. I mean, that the second generation of them, their birth rates, they kind of regress to the mean when you look at them. The statistics of it.
Yeah, you know what that reminds me of?
Yeah.
I remember I would have to track this study down because it's been a while since I've seen it, but I recall a study that was done on Gastarbeiters or guest workers in Germany that were brought over from, I believe, Turkey, former Yugoslavia, and Italy, particularly southern Italy. And what was found is that the Yugoslav Bosnian Muslims were actually, by the second, third generation, better integrated than the Turks and the Italians. And this is quite remarkable. And it probably is because they have more of an ethnic proximity to Germans than the Southern Italians do. And this probably has at least as big of a role as religious identity, if not more.
Yeah, like religion sounds great that like, oh, we can all just adopt this idea, but it kind of goes back to genes.
Yeah, and it's also the ability to achieve. Another big factor is if you look at where the guest workers were brought in, they were brought in when it came to Turkey and Italy, the poorest parts of those countries. And if you look at the standardized testing, Turks in Germany actually score lower on standardized testing than Turks in Turkey do, which is quite remarkable. And that's because like most of them were brought in from the most impoverished areas. Naturally, those are going to be the least wealthy. The least cognitively capable.
Yeah, I mean that's what the politically incorrect would expect.
I've seen the same thing in my own country. Most of the guest workers came from Morocco, and from what I've noticed, a lot of them seem to come from backwater villages, you know, that or because the ones that I met abroad were I wouldn't say much more intelligent per se, but they were a lot more behaved, I would say. So I do think that's correct.
Yeah, I noticed that too. And we have Aebo joining us. How you doing?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi there.
Yeah, what's going on?
Hi. Oh, yeah, I just wanted to give some ideas, which you said, yeah? Some points I experienced with your observation. So the thing is, because I was geomaxing on everywhere in a lot of places, right, during the last years, and I was also in Dubai, right? And it's like, as you said, the Muslims there, they are basically also the original Muslims, right? The ones from Arabia, right? And they are like very, very tribal, man. It's like possibly this is the hardest place to make friends, yeah? It was easier to me while in Dubai to make friends with Iranian guys, yeah? Or Southeast Asians, right? Working there, Filipinos, Indonesians, whatever, right? And so it's basically easier to make friends with everyone else. They are not unfriendly, I would say, so I don't want to complain about them because actually they treated me very well. I felt like probably it's because I'm white, right? And so they treated me like yeah, they opened door for me, you know, they held the door open. They even a guy in the train they have offered me a seat and stuff like that. So it's very interesting, yeah. But it's really they don't mix with others basically. So the Arabic Muslims, the Arabs, they really don't mix with others, not even with Muslims, right? And the problem, if you look at Dubai, but I think that's the same with every other country in that region, they even don't mix with their neighbor countries, you know? Because like, what is the country called next to the UAE? Let me see.
Qatar?
Kuwait,
Yeah,
or
yeah, Qatar, right? So, and they have a huge border to Qatar, and the Iranians are on the other side, basically, right? So, no, Oman. Sorry, I mean the Omani. Yeah. So Saudi Arabia, Qatar is like cut off by the sea, but they have a border to land border to Saudi Arabia and to Oman. And I heard that they don't even like intermarry or with the Omanis and the Saudi Arabians. Imagine, because that's the same religious group, right? And also like they are pretty similar in their mindset and attitude, anyways. So if you cross the Gulf of Oman, the Persian Gulf, right? There's basically Iranians, and if you start from Iran, yeah, and go to the east, you get the Sunni and Shiite divide, right? The Shia and the Sunni divide. So it's very interesting. While I feel like it starts once you leave Arabia, right? Once you leave the Arabian Peninsula, the people who are Muslim gets more extroverted and more easier to befriend. I'm not saying they are also tribal, of course, but it's a whole different attitude and lifestyle, basically. Yeah, talking about Indonesians, Iranians, Malaysians, and so on. Yeah.
yeah. So it really seems to kind of be going back to like ethnicity as opposed to religion. That's kind of the theme, the overall theme I'm getting here.
I feel the same, and I discussed this with Mercer, like in some chat, like I don't know, many weeks ago, where I said like when I look at my Chinese friends, yeah, is like so whenever we talk politics, yeah, there is some, especially the Chinese who are leaving China, who are living outside of China, they are willing to criticize their government, yeah, the CCP, yeah, like not completely, have some serious talk. They can agree that some things are bad, you know. They know about, because man, it's like it's still so communistic. Like they still like the CCP, the top guy, they still kill political competition, yeah, just like in Russia happens. still some Chinese billionaires and even worse, some Chinese politicians who oppose the CCP or who oppose a high-ranking member get assassinated in the ocean or stuff like that. You know, it seems like they do with rich people like Jack Ma. They sent them into asylum, right? They take stuff. They take a lot of their money away. They make them behave, you know, again. Yeah, but outright political competition within the party is eliminated very often. So I was talking about them, and it seems like even like they have this. They believe in communism, right? But it's a myth. I mean, look, communism, all the isms, yeah, it's just an ideology. It's a man-made ideology, yeah. Who tells you that the far right? What is far left? You know what I mean? Sometimes some ideology like the former German one with the mustache man is created, right? And those guys are basically, yeah, they are national socialists. So what is it? Are they right or are they left, right? Well, what are they? You know what I mean? So it's really ideology, yeah? And at the core of these Chinese people, there is this what also Mercer said, this nation, not the nation, more like the Han Chinese, right? Because that's the majority in China, yeah? And this Mercer showed that like everything got redistributed from the rest of China to the Han China, yeah, which is basically Shanghai, Beijing, and the middle, the north, the middle parts, the northeastern, yeah, you know what I mean, everything around Shanghai and then Beijing, yeah, and they like revert to being Chinese, you know. So whenever you crack the core of this socialism, communism, yeah, there is still underlying. I find they are still binding together as Chinese, yeah, and it's very interesting. This is also what Mercer said. Land the Chinese on the Mars will start a new Chinese golden age. Yeah, that's maybe very interesting.
Yeah, I could see them doing it. I could see them identifying. Okay, they don't like the CCP, but they identify with the Chinese nation. They see, like, when you look at the Chinese, they are seeing past the CCP. They're seeing all the way back into the history of their civilization. You know, that's how they're seeing it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
Their civilization.
Yeah, they know. They know all of their great kings. They know who unified which countries, and they know where was the big battles. They know all of this. They know their history. Yeah. So there's still, once you could, let's say you could get rid of this communist stuff, because again, it's man-made. Yeah. Every ideology is just there to control you. It's just a way to control people, right? So if you get rid of it or substitute it with another one, yeah, you still have this tribalism as a nation. But I feel like because there are so many and their countries are so huge, right? Is like a super big nation. I don't.
You can't really rule China any other way than authoritarianism. You can't really rule it with. If you were to impose liberalism on them, China would literally collapse. Same with Russia.
So.
You know what? I actually disagree somewhat in that I don't even think if you tried to impose liberalism on China, it just wouldn't work, because look at Singapore. Singapore is an example of this. People have this misconception that Singapore is a dictatorship or an authoritarian regime because they like physically beat litterers. But the reality is that they have free and fair elections according to official standards. It's just that the Chinese vote for the same party over and over and over again, and they've never voted for anything different throughout the entire history of the country. Because they're just not really a people that function with democracy. Like, they're not, it's almost like I don't know if it's biological or what, but they don't work that way. They conform to whatever the consensus is. And so it kind of naturally fits like a glove to have an authoritarian privileged state, as they called it. That's what Machiavelli called states that held their societies as subjects to them. sort of the same way that a monarch would, like a monarch that has the divine right of kings as their justification for ruling. That's a privileged state. And the CCP is a privileged state in that it can make demands of the Chinese people. The Chinese people cannot make demands of the CCP. And that just comes naturally to them. Like, in fact, I would say that's the norm pretty much everywhere. And it's the only exception would be European societies.
Japan, I think Japan also almost has the same thing. They've voted the same party, I think, since World War II. I think LEP.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, they don't really
Kind of, yeah, but that was imposed on them.
ideas and, like, different concepts.
They had their society
They're
gutted
more like-
basically and replaced with a Western liberal democratic system. Like they had their entire system of government thrown out.
yeah,
You know?
but still the same sort of attitude or behavior kind of creeps up when you look at the party that they're still having in power. You know, after
Well, yeah, they don't really like. They're just not a political people, and you also see this with East Asians in general as diasporas. You do not see them getting politically active the way that, for example, Indians would. Like I'm in Canada, I'm Canadian. We have a large Indian minority now, both Sikh and Hindu, and also Muslims, and they are all very politically aggressive. They are very heavily involved in politics and influencing the direction of our government. We've had Chinese here for much longer than Indians, and they've never imposed any serious influence on the government.
Makes sense, Mercer, right? Because is that actual the political how politics work in India, right? Because everyone has his group and his party.
Well, yeah, India is kind of an example of the worst case scenario for any society because they've had a British parliamentary system imposed on them after independence, and this is on top of their ancient caste system that has existed for thousands of years. And if you combine a caste system with a democratic system where you can gain political power through votes, you're just asking for political cronyism and favoritism and people basically selling their votes for free shit and for gibs. And that's exactly how India functions. India has one of the most Byzantine affirmative action systems that has ever existed.
Imagine all of these groups and all of these estates fighting among each other for political power. Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, we have by the way, we have Big Cheese in the waiting lobby. Tacky, is there anything else you'd like to say closing up so that we can bring in Big Cheese?
Tacky, your connection's bad, or someone's connection's bad. I can hear Mercer fine, but someone else is roboting.
Oh, is that me? I'll get out otherwise. Did have a lot to say.
All right, well, thanks for joining us. It's a great contribution.
Yeah. All right. See ya.
See you later. Hey, Big Cheese, are you there?
Yeah.
Hey, welcome. I'm sorry for the wait there. Oh yeah, just saying. Okay, so Singapore is 48 out of 100 on Freedom House. Yeah, that's because they've passed laws that are illiberal. For example, physically beating people that litter in the streets. That's why. It's not, in terms of actual political participation, it's not like they explicitly rigged the elections. They don't need to. Because the political party has served them for whatever they've wanted to get done. Like, Singapore is a pretty successful country, right? So it's not like the political party has failed them, but they just have never voted for an alternative. You can just see it. And I think Lee Kuan Yew actually said something along those lines. He was one of the most important political leaders in Singapore. He said, when you have a diverse society, people will vote along their ethnic lines and along religious lines as opposed to policy lines. And this is what you see. Singapore is majority Chinese, and the Chinese vote for the party that is currently in power.
Which makes sense because the funny thing is to make someone vote against his own self-interest, right? Is propaganda. Yeah, that's the actual goal of organizing people, right? So it's making you believe that,
or it's okay, or it's a good thing to vote against your own self-interest, which is by itself just plain stupid. Sorry to say, I have no other words to describe this, right?
Oh, you can get white people to do it. I mean, that's something that we excel at.
Yeah, exactly. We Westerners actually excel at hating us, self and our culture and everything, or I wouldn't say hating it, but like discarding it, right? And nonsensely talk about how great we are and how great our civilization is. One of these concepts may be related to the bullshit is coming from America, which is called defending freedom, right? Outside of America, which is just a nice word for waging war everywhere. Yeah. So defending freedom outside of America. Imagine that, how stupid you can frame things. Yeah. So anyways, back to the topic. So we are really great at doing this. And the funny thing is we are really, okay, so
We're getting some mic issues. Is there someone?
It's Jeremy. He's like roboting.
Can you mute yourself if you're moving around, Jeremy?
Can you mute me?
Yeah, sure I can. No problem.
Because might not be me.
So we in the West, we have this problem, right? I was thinking about this. Westerners, yeah? And it's so many Western nations. I wouldn't include the Eastern Europeans in this. And I would include the Western and countries, right? These people, we are so indoctrinated, so brainwashed. We are really great, right? At telling our... What?
You're cutting out a little bit.
It's you. Anyways, so we are really great at telling people how they should behave, what to do, right? And all of this. But, you know, you can lead this into... This is really absurd, right? Because once there is a... Let's say there's a Muslim, right? In a Western world, yeah? And his wife needs to walk behind him, right? His wife needs to sit in the back row. His wife cannot show her hair and her face. We're not gonna say anything about this. You know what I mean? We're gonna tell a white guy, another Western guy, another white guy. We're gonna tell him, "Oh, you are not a good person. How can you say this? How can you believe this? How can you vote for this party?" Right? But see how these people, their stupidity, yeah, reaches a max level whenever they have to deal with a Muslim, let's say in the Western world, or with a topic how women are treated in a Muslim society, in most Muslim societies, right? They don't have an answer for this, right? So for their ideology, which again is man-made, it's just there to control their own people, right? They basically, I never heard a leftist, they are afraid of this topic, yeah? You can beat every leftist by coming up with such topics because they are really great, these woke people especially, and Westerners.
Well, this is something, remember, this is something that I talked about, just to interject real quick. This is something I talked about concerning how liberals see politics. They don't, groups do not exist according to liberals. So when you identify Muslims as acting as a group and in a way that is contradictory to liberal values, this is cognitive dissonance, which is why they don't deal with it. They just prefer to avoid it. But yeah, that's really what it comes down to. Sorry, I just wanted to interject just so that we could get Big Cheese because he's been waiting for quite a bit. Is there something you'd like to talk about, Big Cheese?
I mean, like a lot of stuff. I was trying to get it in earlier.
Yeah, sorry, we kind of got carried away there.
Yeah, no, like the Chinese they can get very racist, however, because of the exposure to all the Western ideologies and values. Singapore has developed like a class of basically Californians, like the bougie ivory tower types who will who are like just as indoctrinated, if not more, than like any Western liberal.
Oh yeah, you know what's funny? I was going to mention that because somebody had mentioned Taiwan in the chat, and Taiwan is an interesting case because they were under the control of the Kuomintang for believe it was right up until the 70s or 80s as a dictatorship, and then they transitioned to a democracy. And what's interesting is if you look at how politics in Taiwan is configured now, the Kuomintang is actually pro CCP, or at least not opposed to them now. Whereas the Taiwan Independence Party, which is their version of the leftist party, like they're the LGBTQ rainbow flag leftists of Taiwan, they're the pro-American party. So Taiwan is an interesting test case because they were kind of a captive audience for Western ideology because because of the diplomatic situation Taiwan was in, they're entirely dependent on the West to support them in their continued existence as a state because they're just not recognized by anyone else. So what's happened to that country over the course of the past few decades is quite fascinating. And it also reminds me of, I had this conversation with a Japanese guy once, and we were talking about mass immigration and the resistance to it versus the people that are supporting it or not opposing it, at least, in Western countries. And I remember him mentioning to me that if Japan had ever reached a point where the Japanese society accepted mass immigration as a good thing and that you were expected to approve of it, to be a Japanese person in good standing, that would be the end because of how intensely conformist and how like intense the pressure is to conform in Japanese society versus Western society, where there's even today, in spite of the political correctness, there is still a lot of wiggle room that we're allowed to be a lot more independent than they are culturally in their own societies. Like it could be game over for them if they end up with mass immigration like we do.
Oh yeah. Japan is kind of unique compared to many other countries because it's big enough and it's different enough from America where it can sustain its own media bubble. So like the Japanese people do have their own entertainment, they do have their own culture, which is not developed on dependent on like America and West at large. Like what happens usually is that like the elites will go abroad, get educated in Europe, America, bring ideas back, and then just doom the nation through that. That's like what's happening in a lot of Eastern Europe, where like despite the society at large being like poor, racist, xenophobic, whatever, there is like a cadre of elites that's seeking like to desperately emulate Western Europe. And there's probably like a lot of those people in Japan. It's just that like because like the society at large has been a lot more isolated from the ideas. It's a lot slower to go, and also because of conformism, it's a lot harder to take.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It is a wonder what's going to happen because they are starting to experience immigration. It's a trickle, and there are some people that are saying that Japan will never succumb to this, that they will resist because they don't have the liberalism was imposed on them, unlike us. I'm not so sure about that. Because we're already seeing, like here, 1 in 10 Tokyoites in their 20s are now foreigners. Well, that's pretty substantial. Now, most of these foreigners are Asians, right? So it's not like they're completely foreign to Japanese society, but it is still something. And what I find interesting is that if you look at Japanese marriage patterns, out of cultural necessity, they adopted European-style marriage patterns where they eliminated polygamy and they adopted nuclear families the way that we have them. And this has progressed over the course of several generations to the point now where most Japanese no longer have extended families. Like they have families the same way Western Europeans do, very limited extended families. And I'm beginning to see that this is starting to reflect the way that their behavior is. Like, I do think that there are differences in terms of race when it comes to certain behaviors, or maybe certain temperaments, I guess, to put it more generally. But if we're talking about the way that sort of the group-oriented kinship way of thinking versus the individualistic way of thinking that Europeans have, they're shifting towards us. And I think it's going to keep happening. It's going to continue in our direction so long as their society continues to look like ours in terms of the family structure. And China and South Korea are the same way as well. But that process happened a lot later for them than it did for Japan. Japan started modernizing in the 19th century, whereas South Korea and China, they had modernism imposed on them between like the 1950s and 1970s. So it was like 100 years later that they were starting to modernize.
Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah, like the Asian label is a bit misleading. There are like Koreans and Chinese in those Asians, but like I get a feeling a lot more of those Asians are Indians.
Yeah, it's continuing.
But yeah, if they can resist it or not will, in no small part, I think, depend on how long this whole thing lasts in the West, because in the West it does have like a self-sustaining cycle where it does have like a base of support among the plebs. You know, no matter what happens, there's gonna be some mass of like New Yorkers and Los Angeles people who will support bringing in more immigrants. But like in a lot of the periphery, it is like heavily dependent upon America continuing to finance it. Like as long as those elites can receive funding, they will keep bringing in people because like they like genuinely don't care.
Well, it's also the structure of the economy. You can't have a capitalist system that doesn't have perpetual growth. You need to have perpetual growth. And you can't have that with a declining population. Now you can offset it if you have natural resources.
You guys, did you unmute me, Mercer?
Yeah, I did unmute you. Yeah.
Okay, because it wasn't. Yeah, I guess because it wasn't me. He was just trying to blame me. But
yeah.
Anyway, I don't think you can really have growth with non-European populations. Like, I don't think you can really have growth with Indians. Like, Indians can only like work at like an already like existing company, you know.
Well, sure,
like, they can't really like.
Well, sure, but the thing is, they would be bringing in probably, if I had to guess, if they do embark on a mass immigration campaign, it will be mostly Vietnamese that they would bring in. That would be the most intelligent thing for them to do. I don't know if maybe they will bring in Indians, but we'll see. And Vietnamese are actually pretty intelligent and productive people. So I think they might be all right in that regard. But the question is, what impact will that have on them?
Yeah. I don't know how similar the Vietnamese are to the Japanese. I think the Vietnamese might be a little more criminally inclined than the Japanese are.
Well, they hate the Chinese, and that's really what's most important to the Japanese in terms of foreign policy. How much do they hate the Chinese? That's the way that they think in Japan.
I'm not sure how much of a united group like the Vietnamese are. Like, obviously there's like this identity and stuff, but you know, when you scratch below, scratch a little bit all of like third world nations, and like you will quickly find that it just hastily put together basically tribal coalitions. Like, I don't know how united of an ethnic group in sense, like, you know, you get like the French, you get the Germans, but like I don't feel the Vietnamese are like that kind of united.
Yeah,
maybe, but anyway, I have a story I heard about some Vietnamese from a boss I had at one of my jobs. So he used to live like near a bunch of Vietnamese people, and he said that they like stole his speakers, and when they confronted him about it, they like shot at him. They didn't hit him, like shot him like with a gun. And I just don't see that behavior from like Japanese, you know. Like they shot at him with a gun, like.
Yeah,
and the
they're
police
hard as
didn't
hell.
do it. The police didn't do anything, you know, as to be expected. Like the police aren't. The police are there to make easy arrests and to get a pension. They're not there to protect and serve.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah. So I don't really like the boomer, like we support our police crap, because like if we're being honest, like it's just certain ethnic groups are like just very dangerous, and like if we really want like safety, like we would just like manage those ethnic groups and then we would be safe. Like we wouldn't really need like these badge and guns, you know.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, even if these were model minorities, there's still the question of, well, what about the Japanese? Like, if you were to continue to replace the population just consistently for several generations, eventually you will just completely supplant the actual native Japanese, and then you'll have a Vietnamese population that speaks Japanese. You know, there's nothing necessarily wrong with the Vietnamese as such, but they would no longer be Japanese.
Yeah, but I mean, Vietnam's like a shit.
Yeah, but the bottom line though is that they're still trapped in this paradigm where they have to, if they do not grow perpetually, they go into recession. That's the way that our system works. And I'm not saying that, I'm not proposing some grand alternative like I have all the answers, but I find it interesting that we are willing to plow billions of dollars into climate change, into all these like World Economic Forum nonsense, and yet there's no interest at all in trying to find some kind of economic model that doesn't depend on perpetual growth, that can just be steady state, sustained economic output that doesn't grow or doesn't shrink, but just stays the same and remains static. Like, why can't we have a system like that? Like, why is there no effort being put in to create something like that?
True economic growth doesn't depend on population growth, but like this, like fake returns, but like true material gain doesn't depend on population growth. Like maybe like stocks going up to some extent does, but like a true material gain, like technology that works and you can actually afford, and like food that's good and you can afford, and
I feel that that is kind of like you can say it's like an extension of the Faustian spirit, where like stuff does need to keep growing, keep expanding, like it forever needs to grow, and since there is no more land to conquer now, you can't build horizontally anymore. You need to start building vertically. However, I feel that like for most other societies, like perpetual state where it's like nothing ever changes, you're always just farming the same plot of land as your infinite times great grandfather, like they would just be fine with that.
Yeah, I can kind of understand where you're going with that, but I would say what we're seeing with capitalism is not the same as Faustianism. Like, that would be true if we were talking about the manifest destiny, let's say, like the migration across the Great Plains of America to spread American colonies and civilization. But now what we're seeing is we're just seeing the economic forces finding parts of society that were not monetized and just cracking them open for monetization, you know, as a way of just like squeezing whatever they can. Like that, I don't see anything Faustian about, for example, pushing women into the workforce and then creating for-profit food industries that replace home-cooked meals.
Is that fundamentally different from you trekking across half the continent to find like an unsettled piece of land?
Well, yeah, because one is like expanding outwards, and the other is basically like a cancerous parasitism off of your own body. Because that's what's happening.
Well, yeah, there's like you can create an illusion of vertical growth by like digging down. That is also something you can do, but like I feel there is something related to it. Like those two things somehow are in relation. Like once you hit the ocean and can no longer go forward, like there is nothing left to explore and conquer and find. You just start digging because like maybe there is something underground. However, like the reality of it is that like you're just starting to create a mine, and once you're done with the mine, all you will have is like a pit full of toxic chemicals.
Yeah, I think it could be said that the people that just want perpetual growth for the sake of growth are able to capitalize on that instinct to the Faustianism, to try and expand where no one's gone before. They're able to misdirect that, redirect it to destructive ends. That's what I would say. That's the closest I could get to that, where I would agree. But I'm just looking at how things have changed since, like, I don't see society being more Faustian now than it was 30 years ago, or 50, 60 years ago. The United States got a man on the moon in 1963 and has not been back since. But since then, what has the United States done? Well, it's invented OnlyFans. It's pioneered the pornography industry.
I gotta take this back to like inkwelldom. I think a lot of this relates to inkwelldom, like with women having more power to judge men's looks, and they're not selecting intelligent men. They're not selecting productive men. They're selecting men based on looks. There's less incentive for men to be productive and intelligent because it's not going to like help you with Ford. So
yeah,
just demoralized. Like it goes back to inkwelldom, like.
You know what's funny about that? There was a study that I found on this. I was looking into this because I kept seeing these posts on X about sapiosexuals. Sapiosexuals. I keep seeing these women posting about how they are sapiosexuals. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Okay, what is a sapiosexual? Okay, apparently it's a woman that's attracted to intelligence. Oh, really? So I decided to look into this empirically to see if there's any proof that this even exists as a construct. And what you actually find in the literature, in the research, is that women are attracted to men who they perceive as intelligent. But the way that works is that they perceive attractive men as being more intelligent than they actually are. When you actually control for IQ, actual standardized testing, the amount of difference in attraction that can be explained by actual intelligence is like 3%. It's almost insignificant.
Yeah.
Look, okay, Nero, how about this? Okay, if we don't have to say that there was a moon landing. We could just say that they were able to get a probe around the moon. Okay, how about that? If we don't want to accept the moon landing.
The moon landing is kind of not really relevant to.
Yeah, I know. Somebody's saying that
the issue with comparing the moon landing to kind of conquering the Wild West is that like a random person couldn't just like build a rocket and go conquer the moon. Like you needed extensive government resources, and in that sense, it's far closer to how like I don't know if even like the Spanish model is like that, because like in the Spanish model, you can gather up like 50 of your buddies, buy a ship, and like sail across the world. Like this is different. This requires a government to sponsor it.
Exactly.
Which requires for there to be something on the moon worth sponsoring, like an expedition for.
Yeah, this is something that you have to have a state do, and this is something that really upsets libertarians. But it's just a fact, is you cannot achieve things like landing on the moon or Mars, whether we believe it happened or not. Let's just assume for the sake of argument it did. You cannot achieve things like this, or like what the Soviets did, getting a probe onto the surface of Venus and actually taking photographs of the surface of Venus before the probe self-destructed. That was incredible. You can't achieve these things using private enterprise, because that's entirely a for-profit endeavor, and there's no profit motive there. And this is what you see if you actually look at what the direction of human ingenuity and human achievement has been since the end of the 19th century. It's been state directed, and then what happens is that the pure research that's done by the state, usually towards military ends, then gets taken by private industries and adopted to the commercial market. So this is how we get like Velcro, for example. So that's really where the private enterprise shines, is when you take these technologies that are developed by pure research that's usually state funded, and you come up with an economic use for it that private industry can capitalize on. That's where the free market's excellent, but it's not in actually getting there in the first place.
Projects of such scale do require the government, which is essentially just an engine for burning money, and sometimes creating like stuff for use. Like, had there been something worth exploiting on the moon, we would be having like commercial space travel right now. But because there's nothing on the moon, there's nothing on Venus, there's like nothing of Mars, nothing on Mars, nothing that's at least like exploitable within like reason. Like that thing just like is not coming anytime soon.
Yeah, you're right. And by the way, somebody mentioned that the Japanese were brutal before the bombs were dropped. They're docile now. 100% true. Okay, there's this guy, and this is like the most badass story that I've ever seen. And his name is, here, I'm going to link him. Hold on.
Is that the one who survived the both bombings?
No, this is different. This is Hiru Onoda. Okay, this guy camped out in the Philippines for something like 29 years after the war ended.
Oh, yeah.
And he refused to be released from duty until his commanding officer formally relieved him of his duty. And he literally was just camping on this island for 29 years, just eating roots, and like, this is the way that these guys thought. And then you realize, well, this is because the Japanese state represented the Japanese people at that time. It wasn't a liberal state. The way that liberal states work, liberal states don't really represent anything but these universalist principles. Like, they represent human rights. They represent your property rights. All this bullshit. Yeah. Whereas okay, yeah, there was a lot of war crimes and atrocities that the Japanese committed, sure. But the bottom line is still that they represented something more than just universal human rights. Like, this represented like this was like a tribe that this guy was fighting for. And it's something that just doesn't exist anymore. And you can see the mass defection of the Japanese away from even caring about what happens to their country. Like, Japanese men, I mean. Like, none of them give a shit. How do you go from guys that are willing to spend 30 years on an island with the expectation that they're still fighting for their country to less than 10% of the country willing to fight, to defend it?
Women's rights.
It's a huge factor. It is a huge factor. But the thing is that if it was only that, we would expect... Japan is not the most liberal country. Actually, I would say that South Korea and Taiwan are probably a little more liberal than Japan when it comes to social norms between men and women. And their birth rates are also lower. So I don't think it can be boiled down to just that.
I think that, like, in Japan, second wave feminism, like, it failed, like feminism failed at like the second stage. I don't know what's going on in Korea. Korea is like I think it's just hell. I think Koreans like have some like internal problem. I don't know what's going on there. Like, they seem incapable of forming like reasonable governments. Not sure why.
I think Korea had a movement. Yeah. Nationalist party. Man's
the North is starving and the South is just having a gender war. I don't know what's going on in that. Like, that peninsula has been cursed by God.
There's for or why liberal pushed, I think, and it's economics, right? I think because look, it's all of these movements, all they're multinational and with globalism. So you don't want to have nations, right? You want to have something big like the European Union, right? Or something like NATO or BRICS coming up, right? You want to have something like this, so you have to manage those small states less. Yeah, I'm talking from a perspective of the global world banking system, yeah, and the multinational companies. And now we are an age of globalization. So I think this is also economically also a reason why this is pushed.
No, it's true. Also, Korea is they were also a highly Confucian society that kind of went overnight into Western liberalism, and on top of that, and I'm not personally somebody that attacks Christianity as such, but I think it can't be denied that Christianity in Asia is a vehicle for cultural westernization. And if you look at what the differences between South Korea and Japan is that Christianity has a much stronger presence in South Korea than it does in Japan, particularly Protestant Christianity, particularly the kind of Protestant Christianity that we see in WASPs, like in the northern US. We're talking Presbyterians, Methodists, that sort of stuff, not like Southern Baptists. And I have a strong suspicion that this combination of Northwestern New England style Protestantism plus this completely incompatible Confucian society that they originated in, just colliding overnight practically, has created this really crazy culture in South Korea that kind of makes no sense and is incoherent. And this is what's causing the birth rate collapse and just the total chaos in their social norms now. Whereas Japan had a much longer time to acclimate to this. They were able to implement reforms to their society along European lines over the course of, I think they started from the 1830s right up until World War II, effectively. So that was over 100 years that they had to slowly acclimate. They still had major social upheavals too, but the Koreans never had that. And the Chinese also probably went through something similar, but they had the communists. So they went through the Cultural Revolution where they burned the whole country down and rebuilt it.
It's like Koreans or Korean nowadays, and it always was. It started basically once they became Western, right? Because Korea and Japan, Korea more so, Japan less. Korea is just a Western country full of Asians. That's what it is, yeah. So they had, I don't know, the system they have is just brutal, yeah. There's nothing similar like this nowhere. You go to Netherlands, you go to Germany, you go to Canada, you can find this system nowhere. So it's basically the five big companies in Korea, which is Samsung, Hyundai, Korean Electronic, and two others, and their subs, right? Their subsidiaries. They control basically like 70-80% of the economy, yeah. So they have this ultra capitalism basically. It's like ultra lobbyism. People are just producers. They are just workers. They are just ants. And they, for example, like they had this housing, this apartment lottery, right, in the 70s, I think, because they were so short on apartments, yeah, that you really imagine you had to get on a list, and then they called it a lottery, but actually you had to get on a list and wait for 2 years, so you could 1 to 2 years, so that you can find an apartment you could rent, yeah, especially for new families. So that was in the 70s, and now it's in Korea. It's pretty usual, like, and let's call it based for this specific topic, right? Is like, well, they all want to work for Samsung, Hyundai, and the big ones, yeah. They all want to go into upper management, yeah. And how you have a career there? By basically being Stacy or Chad, and by being tall and good looking and also educated and coming from the best university. So the pressure there is enormous. I would say it's even bigger than in China or in Japan. Okay. So, and they have this like They have a high number of plastic surgeries, yeah, which should tell you
I think they're
everything
the
about
highest
the
in the world, aren't
society.
they? I think they're,
Yes, yes,
yeah.
still and higher than per person, per capita, used, right? And there's like nowadays, I've heard from Koreans because I know some American Koreans who have ties to Korea, and I also know Koreans from Korea. As I said, I've been around the world for the last few years, and I meet people, and they really said it's true. So, for example, like it's not uncommon for a young Korean to get a plastic surgery paid by their parents on top of the education at the best university in Korea. Yeah, so they are not even. So imagine you have the best education, you are top of the class, coming from the best university of Korea, and your parents gonna buy you when you turn 18 or when you stop when you finish your studies at the university. They gonna sponsor you a plastic surgery. Imagine, this like brutal. Your parents are paying are giving you a plastic surgery. Think about what this means. Yeah, how this society is. It's basically a dystopian society. Yeah, it's like you don't.
Well, you see that in America, don't you? Like I'm pretty sure that's been a meme for a while. That American girls get plastic surgery for their 16th birthday or something. Like it's. I remember that being a thing.
I mean, I get it, but imagine how high. Okay, I get it. Yeah, we all want to be handsome. We all want to be liked. Yeah, it's very easy to be liked when you're tall and handsome. Okay, I get it, but like imagine the immense pressure, yeah, from your society to perform, and your parents giving in on this, right? Normal parents will use, hey, I like my child how he is. He was born like this. Support him. That's it. Will not say, nah, we'll need a plastic surgery for him so he can have a career. You know, it's like basically it's done for a career. Yeah, and I'm not talking only about these K-pop stars, because K-pop is just basic cancer. It's just like we had this in the West before. It was the boy bands and the girl bands, and the Koreans just took it and amped it up to 1,000%, and it's turbo hyper cancer. Yeah, we had the same shit before, but it was less fake. Even then, the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC and Spice Girls, whatever, they were fake. We all knew it. Some of us grew up back then. But these Korean bands now, what is going on? Yeah, it's like brutal. This society is just like dystopian. It's just like I don't know. It's the most brutal society I can imagine. Yeah, at the moment. So yeah, and they have high suicide rates, of course, because that's also related. You are not good enough. No, good quotes, okay? Good marks at the best university of the country is not good enough. Go kill yourself, incel, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, it's true. And well, I mean, the thing is, they're not gonna last much longer at the current birth rates, fertility rates. And it's a good thing that the communists managed to keep the North separate, because they're just going to be able to walk in and save the Korean race, I suppose. In a weird way. It's kind of funny how history works, eh? But, yeah.
Remember, like...
Oh, yo, Maramy, can you... sorry, I had to mute you temporarily there because there was a bunch of... clicking noise. Can you start from the beginning, what you were saying there?
Yeah, so I think like the reason that like Korea doesn't have that many companies is like, I think like they're just not like that creative. Like they can only think of like, oh, upper management, this current company. Like they don't think of like new ideas of their own to like create new companies. And when you only have like a few companies, then it's just going to create a lot of competition, because there's not going to be a lot of employers to like hire people. The big companies are going to like have the pick of the litter, because you don't have more creative people in the population like thinking of different ideas and starting new companies based on those ideas.
Yeah, and I think this goes back to what I was talking about in terms of how the societies are different, because China is another example of a country that had very fertile farmlands much more so than Europe. And as a result, they had these very densely populated, very hierarchical, organized societies that were very communal in structure. Unlike Europe, which was much more dispersed and much more low density. And the difference between China and somewhere like the Middle East or India is that it was much less diverse. It was a very homogeneous society. So they did not have that element of multiculturalism that creates an incentive towards tribalism that we have. Well, not we as in, like we have right now, but like the Middle East had traditionally. That's what I think the big divider is.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess India also, maybe not so much anymore, but historically was pretty easy to grow stuff there.
Actually, it was the most fertile. Like it's more fertile than China. They have some of the best farmland on the planet. This is also why it's incredibly sad what has happened to. Oh God, I didn't realize that this is a bunch of black guys twerking. Never mind. Okay, sorry for subjecting you to that. I thought it was just going to be unfair comparison, but anyways, if you look at the farmlands in India, if they didn't have the overpopulation problem that they have now, they would be feeding the entire world at this point with how fertile their agriculture is, with how fertile the Gangetic Plain is in terms of productivity.
Yeah.
But it's this enormous overpopulation that they have that is making it impossible to, because all they can do is just produce enough stuff to feed themselves, basically. That's it.
Yeah. I don't even think they enough to feed themselves even. Aren't a lot of them starving or going to bed hungry?
Yeah, they're barely on the edge of survival. That's the thing. It's brutal because that was kind of our fault in a way. Well, I mean,
yeah, we shouldn't have given them food. We should have just let them starve.
Well, that's kind of what happens. You know, if we'd allowed them to get control of their fertility first, and then we introduced things like modern pharmaceuticals and food, they would have been in a much, much better position now than they are now.
I think we tried to, like back in the 70s and like late 60s, like we tried to like impose fertility controls as a condition of food aid. I remember Sanjay Gandhi, good guy. He was an Indian ruler, the son of Indira Gandhi, and he helped sterilize a lot of Indian men in order to stop the population growth, but it just wasn't enough.
No, I believe they actually went out and tried to kill him. Like there was attempts on his life. Whereas the Chinese, they actually did go out and do it. And you know, this isn't something that I think anyone should take lightly, right? Like it's really brutal what happened in China with the one-child policy, but you have to look at things from the perspective of what would happen. And it's easy to judge and criticize the Chinese for hammering down on their population growth the way that they did. But then the question would be is if they didn't do that, what would China look like now? You know, well, China would probably still look kind of like India, except it would have like 2 billion people. It would still have gone down in fertility, but it would have taken a lot longer, and it would have been a lot poorer, just because the most important thing that cutting down on fertility allows for is it frees up resources that would have gone towards maintaining 5-6 kids. If you pare that down to 2 kids or 1 kid, that frees up an enormous amount of resources that you can then pump into the economy. You know, you can invest in the smaller number of kids you have, and that was a huge factor in what allowed for modernization in a lot of countries like Japan, for example. Like Japan's explosive economic growth right up until the 80s was primarily because after the war, they cut down on their fertility rate quite sharply. Well, meme can tipping 420. Thank you very much. And there's here casting magic shekel spell. Thank you very much.
So this is unrelated, but like, what do you think of 420 or alcohol as a cope for inkwelldom?
I mean, I used to be fine with weed being legal, but I've started to change my position on that as I've seen what has happened in Canada and the effect that it's had on the country.
Yeah, I definitely think it's high potential for abuse. Like, you should not be doing that shit every day. Like, once a week, if that. I feel like.
Well, that's the thing is how do you draw the line? Because people are just going to do what they want to do. And what I've seen in Canada is that as things have gotten worse and worse and worse, people have leaned more and more on weed and alcohol to cope, and it's given them a means of coping.
And is that necessarily a bad thing? Like, if, like you said, it's a cope for a bad situation. I mean, if you take the cope away, that's not going to make the situation better.
No, you're right.
but
You're
it's
right,
just
but it
going
also
to
gives
agitate.
people a way out of actually dealing with the problems.
But what if how do we deal with the problems? I mean,
well, I mean, Canadians, for example, will have to be mean, and we'll have to close our borders and probably kick a huge millions of people out, unfortunately for them. But
I think
people don't want to do
as
that.
it relates to inkwelldom, I think weed is a good cope because it makes you more okay with like being alone and by yourself. And if you're gonna be
But it's
alone
not
and
a
by
good thing.
yourself, yeah, because if you're gonna be alone and by yourself involuntarily, which I think we recognize as a reality, it's okay to have a good cope. And I think alcohol alone just isn't as good. Like, it's going to increase your desire to want to socialize, and if there just aren't fours willing to socialize with you, then that's just going to make it worse. I mean, maybe if it was like the 2000s and like you could still like just go out there, bro, kind of, but if you can't do that, maybe a cope is okay.
Yeah, but the question is, at what point is it then being used to keep the population docile so that they don't actually react and change something that they could change?
How do we change inkwelldom? I mean, are men really willing to organize and suppress women's rights and import foreign women? Because that's what it would
Now,
take.
if we're talking about Canada, I really don't see a future for Canada specifically. Though I will say that if there was an option to do something, it would be limited by people addicted to their copes. That is a big factor. I mean, this is what when we had the lockdowns for COVID, there was only 2 stores that remained open. Everything else got shut down, and it was the weed stores and the booze stores.
Yeah.
Right, and this is because they knew that these were how you kept people under control. And this is just what I've seen over the course of, like, as weed has become more and more normalized, and maybe it's a generational phenomenon, because Zoomers seem to have largely abandoned alcohol and just hit THC vapes.
Hit the weed, yeah. I think the vapes are especially bad, more so than like an edible or like even like the bud. Because I think like the vapes, like it's too easy to get addicted to that. Like, I think it's probably a bit harder to get addicted to the bud or like an edible.
Well, addiction isn't necessarily just physical. It's also what it does for you psychologically.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely cut down on my own THC use a lot, without like physical effects, but psychologically I'm in not a great spot, but like I was never in a great spot.
No,
You know what I mean?
Not.
I just, like, unless like men are like seriously willing to organize it, I don't see how taking away, I think even if you got rid of weed, I don't think men would organize like seriously. I think as I think weed is probably just a necessary cope. Like realistically, like I don't see men like seriously organizing in any meaningful way that like objectively improves the situation.
No,
You
I mean
know?
there aren't people
yeah,
doing
because
it, but
they're
then it's
all
like a chicken or egg
smoking
question, isn't it? So are men not
No, but I
doing
think
it? Are men not doing it because they don't
they have
see
weed.
they don't see any reason to, and they can just zone out with some good weed, or is it because there's no hope that they're just using the weed? So it is sort of a chicken or egg thing. That's really the
I
question.
think the no hope came first. I think the no hope came first. I mean, if men like had access to a Floyd they were attracted to, I don't think they would be on the weed so much.
I do think that's true. You're right.
I really like. I think it's like you lose hope and then you turn to drugs. Like, I don't
And
think
then
it's
you
a
stay
chicken or an
hopeless
egg. Like I think
because
it's
no, but like the problem comes in when like all you do is do drugs. Like you become hopeless and then you do nothing because you're on the drugs all the whole time.
but you were already hopeless.
Yes, but just because there's no hope in the moment doesn't mean like nothing can be changed.
I think nothing can be changed.
Like,
Well, I
that,
think
yeah, but that's like that's the mindset that has you end yourself after you break your leg. Like, oh well, nothing can be changed. Might as well end it now.
Yeah, I mean, are we gonna produce more women? Are we gonna take away their rights? The
Well,
answer
I
is
don't know
no to
what we're
both.
gonna do, but like, I don't know what the answer is, but like, you know, I do know that like if you just sit around and do nothing, you will get nothing. Like nothing's gonna change if you do nothing.
Yeah, but maybe you do nothing because nothing's gonna change. Like you see yourself getting mobbed. You see women having rights. You know, and you see like you're being like pushed down by society and not taken seriously.
yeah, I have to say I agree with Aaron on this, that there's this weird concept that men have to get everything sorted out before they should even think about a woman, when usually it's the other way around. Typically, the way that at least Western societies were structured is that once you are given an investment, permanent investment with a woman, you then have a powerful motivation to strive and do more. Like I remember having these conversations with my father. Now I wasn't his first kid. In fact, I was an unexpected surprise. I mean, he should have expected it because my mother was of childbearing age. But anyways, I remember talking to him about the difference between before he became a father and after he became a father. And he told me that it really does transform your life because you become centered around someone else, other people. Like your whole purpose for being is now focused around not you, but this child that is now dependent on you, that you are responsible for bringing into existence. And now your world is centered on them instead of yourself. And for some people that's seen as disastrous, like that's, oh my god, you know, I'd lose my identity or whatever. But I think for a lot of people, and I would say the best kind of people, the kind of people that are genuinely like selfless by nature or generous by nature, good people, that is what actually gives them purpose and meaning in life, because they are not self-driven. They're not driven by egotistical desires or to acquire as much wealth as possible or to get as much power as possible. This sort of money-grubbing ambition kind of thinking. Like I think a lot of people are what really drives them to strive hard is when they have that that they're trying to lay down a future for the next generation that they've created. You know, it's a much more noble thing. And what I think,
I agree with all of that. Like the problem is just that, like, yeah, that is true, and like, that is like a major hindrance. that
Yeah,
we have right now,
we're
but,
not
like,
being given that.
sitting,
So like,
sitting.
what's wrong with coping?
well,
What's wrong with
the
coping
problem is the
like
best kind of
you're just
people
sitting in
are
place,
now
spinning your wheels, doing
rotting.
nothing. Like you're just wasting away.
Like the best kind of
But
people are now
if we're
rotting and
excluded
doing nothing, and the people that should not be in positions of power and influence are the only ones with the motivation left, because those are the people that are genuinely power hungry and ambitious. Those are the people you do not want in power. People that you want in power are the ones that are not intrinsically motivated by lust for power and ambition, but are motivated by their desire to serve others and the people that are dependent on them. You know, those are the kind of people that you want in the forefront of your society. You know, and those are the people that are now disenfranchised, that are now checking out.
Right. And I'm saying they're checking out not because of we. They're checking out because of women's rights and what women are doing. You get it?
Yeah, but like because of we, they stay checked out and like do nothing. Like I'm not saying there is something to do. I don't know if there's something to do. Like the issue is just that like well maybe there is like but like we will never find out if we all just stay home, stay high and drunk.
I mean, I can just sympathize with them. I can sympathize with that point of view. I get it.
Why did Mercer's father's generation like not have to find out if there was something to do without like getting high or drunk? Like what are we? Like, are you not getting it? Like women are supposed to be fair, and if they're not being fair, then unless you take their rights away, like what can you do?
Well, there is nothing.
Well, you can't do nothing. That's the issue.
You can't do. Yeah, I mean, you can't do nothing. Why? Like what? Why? Like you should just like be productive for no reason. Like
no, I'm not saying you should be productive for no reason. I'm saying like, I think that like there probably is a solution. It's just like either not being pursued or not being found out because like we're all sitting at home, smoking pot and drinking.
yeah, I mean, I don't see a solution.
It's like we do nothing because it sucks, but like because we do nothing, it keeps sucking.
I guess. I mean, I think it keeps sucking because there's not enough women.
Well, they don't have a stake in the future of the society. That's not to say that nobody misbehaved in the past or that everybody was an angel. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I am saying is that the incentives to actually opt in are just gone. And when you give people these coping alternatives, that's exactly what they're going to do. And this is what we see in a lot of the former Soviet Union as well. It's one of the reasons why the economic recovery, the further east you go in Europe, is worse. I mean, post-Soviet recovery is because the men are just sort of demoralized, you know? They've had entire generations where there was just nothing really to do. Like there was no economic structure pretty much.
For most of the former Soviet Pact and like Warsaw Pact countries, the highest aspirations most people have is leaving for Germany or like America.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, now, ironically, though, they're starting to look better than Western Europe, which has its own problems. Not necessarily economic related, but yeah.
No, it is very interesting. Like even the people in like former Soviet countries you would expect to be like progressive and woke are much less so than like expected. Amongst like people in Serbian academia, it's not like even an open secret. It's just something everyone knows that like America, not just American, but like everything in the West just like kind of sucks. Like it's horrible. There's homeless people everywhere. Everyone's on drugs, and nothing works. Like it's just kind of a situation where it's all shit, but like it's shit here as well. So kind of pick your poison.
Yeah. And it's a higher chance of getting women doing drugs. That is true. You have a higher chance of getting women by doing drugs but the kind of women that you
I
get.
don't think that's true necessarily. Like, if you're just smoking weed alone, that's not going to get
Yeah,
you
well,
women.
weed isn't even a drug anymore. I mean, it's not.
Yeah,
You know, it's so
I
ubiquitous
don't know.
now.
I don't know how much, like, how I can phrase it properly, but let's just say, weed is not for those who pursue women. It's for those who pursue men.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I guess if you gotta like act a certain way and be all alpha and like, oh, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Like, if you like to check other men and other men's behavior, I guess that's just how men are.
Yeah. Thoughts on Ukraine and their demographics? Ukraine is. I mean, well, we already know that they've taken some pretty catastrophic losses, and really, it's not even the men that died that are the losses per se. It is obviously, but the biggest problem is that the
Also,
women have left.
You can't pursue women. You can't pursue women anymore. Like, they have to pursue you. Like,
Well, yeah, you're not allowed to, pretty much. I mean, it's
yeah,
it's gone from
Well,
being
like,
a social
quit
faux
this,
pas
like,
to
alpha,
actually being
like,
a crime.
oh, you gotta pursue women. Don't smoke weed. Be alpha. Ugh. Like, fuck
Yeah.
that, dude.
Yeah, no, I'm not coming
I'm
at
not
it
telling
from
you to
like a
be
lecturing
alpha,
point of
it's
view.
just
But
kind of.
No,
You
you
know.
were. You were trying to police men's behavior, even though women don't do that to each other. And women just.
I
treat
really
the
don't
men.
care. Like, you can waste away in your room as much as you want. I'm just saying that, like, if we all keep wasting away, we're just gonna spinning in place. Like, I'll
No,
say
I think that's a good thing.
time.
Society needs white men to maintain it. If white men pull out from the bottom, then society's gonna suffer. Women are gonna suffer. You get that?
like I'm sympathetic to that point of view, but I worry that that may not be the case. And the thing is, it doesn't necessarily mean that they have to maintain the society at where it is now. Okay, because the people in charge, they're not concerned about the average person's well-being, the standard of living maintaining itself. They don't care about that. All they care about is that if there is a decline, it can be managed in such a way that their boat is not rocked. That's all they care about. And if that decline can be managed, they'll be more than happy to allow that decline to happen. I mean, we've already seen it in the United States. Like, look at how, not even necessarily just looking at the GDP stuff, but just look at how the social society in the United States has declined from 1960s to today. I mean, the cities are uninhabitable now. You have, you know, there's crime everywhere. Like the blue cities are completely out of control. You can't do anything to stop them. But they don't care. The people in charge don't care because it's not directly impacting them. And as long as the economy keeps humming along in their interest, they're fine with it. So that's my concern. And especially as automation and as AI picks up more and more, we're going to start seeing they need less and less participation in the economy.
Yeah, including
I wonder what happened to like mercantile classes. Like, this is not like an innuendo for anything, just like mean traders, merchants, those sorts of people when Rome collapsed. Like, were they just killed off like their random houses by like random plunderers, or did they just kind of try to run away to like Byzantium or like Persia or wherever?
Well, they mostly just got absorbed into the incoming population. Now the thing is that in Rome's case, they had the Germanic tribes sitting outside the borders just waiting to walk in. The only equivalent that we have, or the United States has with that, is like, I guess Hispanics to some extent. But
yeah,
well, I don't know, like
there aren't enough of them, I don't think.
Like right now, the cartels, currently the cartels, like, they can't challenge the American military really. Like, they can barely challenge the Mexican one. Like, if you see any engagement where they actually try to fight the Mexicans, like, it ends in a disaster. Like, the reason they can survive is because like the military doesn't really try. But like in a scenario where like America is falling apart, the military is filled with people who don't really care and would have as much fealty to the incoming cartel as the previous government. Like, I wonder how much power they can have in such a case. Like, you can wonder, like, there was probably like a lot of Romans who thought of like the Germanic barbarians is like nothing, like puny ants will be swept away by the tide of the Roman legions.
Well, maybe
until the
we'll
point
have
where
to
like the
see.
legions became so decadent and uncaring that they kind of
I mean, the thing is, as the
like
demographics change,
how much yeah, like, but like how much of the American military is even white at this point? How much of it
well, yeah, I mean
actually cares for the
that's
country?
the thing. Okay, so
Like,
at the end of the Roman Empire, the Romans had what were known as foederati military, and foederates were Germanic soldiers, basically, that were like mercenaries, more or less. And what they found was it's not that they were not effective fighters; they were good fighters, but they were not loyal to Rome. They were loyal to their generals. Now, Rome has always had that problem historically. Like they have, like obviously Julius Caesar was the most famous example of it, but still they had a sense of identity with the Roman state, whereas the foederati were loyal to their Germanic tribes, and they would follow their Germanic leaders who became generals into sacking Rome, which happened multiple times. Rome being sacked by its own foederates.
It's going to be interesting to watch that part of America unravel, because in Rome, the best way to progress in like Roman society was through the military. Like, you know, Romans would slaughter millions upon millions of barbarians so they can become like mid-level bureaucrats. But in America, that's like not really the case. You don't get like a class of ambitious Americans going into the military. I don't really see that changing anytime soon. So like we're skipping here in the stage where you would have like Julius Caesar. We're just skipping straight to like random Mexicans leading militias of other random Mexicans trained by the U.S. government to fight on the border, but really just they go on and plunder California.
Yeah, I don't think that's actually going to happen though this time, because there's just like it's not the same as it was in the Roman period. Like we don't have the same structure to the society. What I think will happen is in the United States, the radical left will win. Now the right wing, and I'm talking more so like the Nick Fuentes style Groyper right wing, those guys will exist as the opposition, but I do think the radical left will actually win in the United States.
Just because of demographics?
For demographic reasons, yes. And also because the main issue in the United States is economic. The United States is dominated by oligarchs. You don't really see this in Europe. Europe has a problem with these states that are bureaucratically anti-European. Like they have a problem with their own governments. It's not really private interests that are influencing the European countries. Whereas in the United States, it is directly like private billionaires buying out the U.S. Congress. You know, whether we're talking about the Israel lobby or various other lobbies. You know, the Israel lobby is just the most visible one. There's plenty of other lobbies.
However, those bureaucrats, what's happening there, I think, is really the fact that like the octopus, like it's not like the academic agent analogy, whatever. It's just like you have a central imperial core, which is America, and then like all the tendrils in Europe, Asia, wherever. The leadership of the tendrils follows whatever happens in the head, which is in this case like the progressive Americans, while like the actual fighting goes on in the capital. Like anyone who wants to actually influence what's going on in the world is doing so in America, whereas just whatever happens in America is then translated down the chain into Europe, into everywhere else, which is why I don't have like corporate interests really fighting in Europe. Like corporate interests fight in America, and then just like the bureaucracy enforces it in Europe.
Yes, and we all know who controls America, or at least the parliament.
The Irish.
No, it's the Albanians, I think.
It is the Albanians. I will kill them all personally.
It's all Albanians.
No, that is true. That is true. But I have a feeling that I think we overestimate how quickly that influence can wane under the right circumstances.
No, obviously, like at maximum, it takes like 20 years to just do like a total 180 on whatever you're doing. However, if you're actually trying, you can do probably much faster. Like people forget; they forget very fast. Like today everyone thinks like the people were always against the war in Iraq, but when it was happening, everyone wanted to go there and kill Hussein. And it's gonna be the same with like the war in Ukraine. Everyone's gonna be, well, maybe not. Like we're gonna need to see how the narrative benefits for them, because this is not like a European war. It's probably gonna change, but like people will rapidly for it right now, and then like tomorrow they're just gonna forget they ever were.
Yeah, it remains to be seen. The thing is that Europe is in a weird situation because they cannot exist as an independent power center without a cheap energy supply like Russia. And Russia cannot exist as an independent world power because they just lack the demographics for it. So the question then becomes, okay, are these two regions, Russia and Europe, are they going to remain completely separate and hostile to each other? And then the Europeans just eventually get slowly broken down and destroyed by the Americans, and the Russians just get consumed by the Chinese, turned into a gas pump? Or are they going to try and set aside their differences and unite as a European superpower, which they could do?
Well, they're not. The problem is that they're proxies for like the Chinese and Americans in a sense. I don't know. People like to compare America to like Rome, which like I'm not so sure. I think it's more of a Carthage scenario. But like one thing I would compare, like Russia is America's Persia. Like it's always gonna be on the edge. It's never gonna be. It's close enough to where they can speak, but like distant enough to where they can never really understand each other. And so, like, I think any kind of union between them it's not really possible.
Yeah. Well, I think there's a wild card in this that you don't hear being talked about much, but I will make this prediction. I think as the left becomes more powerful in the United States and Israel becomes more and more of a radioactive thing that cannot be touched, you are going to see Zionists eventually start to look at Europe, the far right in Europe, for potential allies. And this is because, unlike the United States, there are dovetailing interests between the European right wing and the Israelis, because both have large demographic groups that they want to remove from their countries. And if the Europeans ever did do a remigration to any substantial degree, this would immediately be seen as a declaration of war on the entire Islamic world. Like, that's how they would perceive it. Yeah. That's how they would identify it. At that point, then, you're basically in the same boat as the Israelis are. And I think eventually the Israelis are going to figure this out, and they're going to push their assets, their billionaires, to start to finance the pro-remigration right wing. And I don't mean the center-right libtard types that are just like, Islam is the problem, but we need social democracy. I'm not talking about those guys, because those guys are never going to succeed. I'm talking about the ones that actually want to do mass expulsions. Because that's the only way those are the only major groups in terms of population and nationalities that the Israelis can effectively rely on as allies. The Americans, there's no actual benefit that the Americans get out of Israel being there or being involved in the Middle East on Israel's side. There's no affinity there.
I disagree. I don't. I think there's too much Albanian hostility towards Europeans. I mean, you might disagree with that, but I think there's too much Albanian hostility towards Europeans. Like, even if we see, anti-Islamic sentiment amongst Albanians, I don't see it like seriously aligning with like nationalistic Europeans.
The thing is, we're talking about different groups here, because the Israelis.
When we're talking about our benevolent benefactors, there's really two groups that we need to talk about, because they are in active conflict. And that is the benefactors of the home world and the benefactors of the diaspora.
Yeah, that's the point I was
trying to make. They have actively competing, they're actively hostile to each other, and which is like what trips up most people. Like the homelanders, they will be more amenable towards right-wing interests because they can use that. It's both like that. Like in their own worldview, it is supported because like they like want an essentially same thing just for different peoples. Whereas the diaspora will actively be hostile because they want like a single world government from which they can endlessly just draw GDP go up.
Well, we have an
Yeah,
example
but-
of this. We have an example of this. After World War II, okay, apartheid South Africa, while it was not on the Axis side, the Afrikaners that were the basis of the apartheid system and the basically the guys that were keeping the system in place, they were actively sympathizing with the Axis side of the war. And despite that, after the war, the Israelis made such a tight alliance with the apartheid government in South Africa that they gave the South African government nuclear weapons in order to preserve their government. So I think there's a massive overestimation of how irrational the government is in Israel. I think that even if they personally have issues with the political allegiances of or say the opinions of their diaspora or their population of these Europeans, they are very pragmatic in terms of ensuring their survival. That's the goal of the Israeli state. Their first goal is survival. And if you look at what's going on in America, I've said this multiple times, and Maremy, you can actually back this up. If you look at the birth rates among Jews in America, oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. Oh well. If you look at the birth rates, of Albanians in America, the secular ones, half of the millennials are only half Albanian.
Right, but I think they still have the Albanian identity, even if like.
Yeah, but how long is that going to last for, though? Like, is it going to be what, one quarter, 1/8? Like,
I think what's probably more important and more prescient is the anti-homeland aspects of the left. Agitating the diaspora to the point where the diaspora not joins the right, because I don't see that happening, but kind of like withdraws from the left, at least passively. And I think the diaspora has been very effective on the left. And as the diaspora leaves the left or like withdraws, I just think the left will be a lot less effective. Like, I don't see like Zoran Mandani like particularly effective nationwide level. I really think like the left kind of needs the diaspora Albanians in order to function very well.
yeah, but have you seen the opinion polls of the youngest ones, though? Israel's at 50-50 even among the youngest ones.
That's not what I've experienced. The youngest ones are definitely a lot more pro-Israel than some people seem to think. Like, the youngest ones are, the most they'll say is like it's a complicated issue. Like, they won't criticize their own ethnic group, even if if their ethnic group is conflicting with like left-wing interests.
Yeah, but are you sure that's not? Are you sure that's not a preference cascade, though? Where they're going to conceal, because if you look at polls, anyways, we see it's pretty stark in some cases. There's a huge drop off. I mean, it's making the ADL freak out, anyways. Maybe that could be, you could be right. I don't know. But
I think the anti-homeland feeling is not very serious. I think it's like, oh, it's bad to bomb Gazans, but like they don't seriously like have some sort of ethnic guilt towards it.
No, maybe not.
At the end of the day, like they're not gonna do anything to seriously oppose it, dude. Yeah, like this ethnic guilt thing is only for like white men. It's not for them. Yeah, they're not gonna they're not going to do anything to like seriously oppose like the homeland or join movements that seriously oppose the homeland. Like we saw Albanians in NYC not vote for Zoran Mamdani. You'd imagine Albanians in NYC would be pretty left leaning, to say the least, but they didn't vote for Mamdani. It was like the transplant whites who did, right?
Well, I would be curious to see that, actually. I would be interested to see what the what percentage of them, because we see the vote percentage, but we don't see the young vote percentage if you look at the demographics. So it's true.
Yeah, I mean,
it's true that
it was a little different amongst the young, but all in all, like I think the young diaspora are at least like passively supportive of the homeland, at least. Just in my own circles, like I don't see any serious opposition to the homeland.
No.
Like I think if it was like ethnic Europeans, there would be some more serious opposition to it.
Yeah.
But I don't see it. Maybe I'm just seeing not the same types of people that are being polled, or maybe the polls are just fake. I think it's probably the latter.
It might be. It might be. Regardless, though, I mean, the situation is becoming intolerable where you have these mutually conflicting worldviews that just can't be reconciled. You cannot, especially, like, there was a certain time period where you could just sort of deny what's going on down there. But now that we can see...
I think the diaspora is still actively trying to deny it.
Yeah, but it's reaching a point where it's impossible. Like it's like you can't.
Yeah, but there's a lot of irrationality in the diaspora's like thought process.
Yeah,
like, they're not.
Well, I'm not talking about them though. I'm talking about the wider American public. Like when people become aware, and it's becoming this Iran thing, I think, scared enough people into realizing that. They need to pay attention to who's financing their politicians. And you're starting to see a lot of traction around identifying which politicians are being given money by the lobby. Once that becomes mainstream and it becomes normal to do that, for at least for the younger generations, I think you're going to start seeing a major shift, because really it comes down to money is what's pushing this. It's not like the Democrat Party is Christian Zionist or something. Like you could make that argument for the Republicans, but not the Democrats. So I think that that time is limited. And then look at what Trump's doing right now. Trump's about to amnesty over 1 million farmers. Like they're not going to vote for the Republicans. They're going to vote for the Democrats. Like that's why California went blue. So I think Trump is like the boomers' last hurrah, and then it's going to be a Democratic government in 2028. And I think people need to be prepared for that.
Just because of the demographics.
Yeah.
You just don't.
Yeah, it's the demographics. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you very well. Yeah, you might be right. I don't know. Weren't they saying though that? And I don't know if they were just trying to psyop this, but weren't they saying that like more like Hispanics were voting Republican?
Men, and that like, Hispanic men, and it was like 53%. So it was a majority, but if you look at Hispanic women, they vote way to the left, way to the left.
Right,
it's like
Hispanic
70-80%.
Men used to vote to the left too.
Yeah, but they're being directly impacted by the immigration issue. So
right.
it makes sense for them to oppose it.
So if anything, like I don't think like the Democrats are just. I think the Republicans are just going to get more liberal, but I don't think the Democrats will win indefinitely. But
the thing is, the Republicans can't do anything on economic issues because their ideology is anti any controls on the behavior of capital. Like you can't put any restrictions on business interests if you're a Republican. It just doesn't work. Like that can only happen through the Democrat Party.
I guess. I mean, didn't we see like Marco Rubio like supporting unionization?
They made some lip service towards that, but what you see is Trump was sort of a one-off because he made some noise about old school economic nationalism that the Democrats used to be about like 40 years ago, 50 years ago, before they went all ideologically left liberal. But that's only, if you look at who's actually donating money to the Republicans, it's not unions, it's not workers' interests or whatever. It's not groups or people that would benefit from economic nationalism and protectionism. It's like agribusiness. Agribusiness is a huge donor to the Republican Party.
Yeah, so that's why I'd say that like immigration isn't necessarily an Albanian issue as much as like the melanated is an Albanian.
Yeah, that's the argument I've made as well. And you can see
like
this
all this
because the
agribusiness.
immigration issue precedes them. The immigration issue in the United States has been an issue since the
agribusiness is
19th
like
century.
Anglos, right? Like it's these like Anglo hillbillies who are like, I need my cheap labor, hard workers.
Well, in a lot of cases, it was like the Unionists brought over Irishmen to fight in the Civil War. I'm talking Catholic Irish. This was in the 19th century. Like I think it was over 100,000 Irish, I think, died in the Civil War on the Union side, Catholic Irish, because they basically just landed on the shores and then were just thrown into the battle. It was quite brutal, actually, and this has been a long-standing thing for America. How do you think the Albanians got there in the first place? You know,
Open immigration.
yeah, like they were let in. Well, who let them in? You know, that door had to have been open in the first place. But yeah, it is true that they made it a lot worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you just looked up the gender ratio in the U.S. There's more women than men, but not by much. Yeah, but the thing is that the men, if we're looking at Hispanics and we're looking at whites, I mean, the Republican Party is not as heavily slanted towards, like white voters are not as heavily Republican as people think they are. That like they are majority Republican, but it's not like 70-80%. It's like 56-57%.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and in some states it's even a minority.
Yeah.
Like in like Vermont or something, or even in like a Midwest state, it's like less than 60% of whites are Republican. And then if you look at like whites in the city, it's like probably 70% are Democrat.
Yeah, and then if you look at, actually it's funny, if you look at college educated white men, they vote about the same way as non-college educated white women, which is...
No, they don't. They vote way more Democrat.
No, hang on, I'll pull it up, hold on.
Yeah, maybe because of the South, like in the South, the college educated white men are more Republican. But I think this whole like R versus D, like I think elections do matter, but just because they have an R next to their name doesn't mean they're necessarily good.
Yeah, hang on.
So I think they are better in general.
I'm looking for this data. No, it's interesting because you could see it's kind of hard to find. We are white men, white women. Yeah, but that's just. Here.
Isn't it interesting that like women vote for leftist parties and then like the immigrants like surprise snuggle them? Like, how does that make sense?
Well, I mean, they make excuses for it because they see the immigrants fundamentally as their political allies because they see them as weak in terms of the group.
Yeah.
So there's white non-college men. Well, that's weird. So it has white college plus women who voted overwhelmingly Democrat, but it doesn't have
yeah.
white college plus men. Who are white college graduates? Just seeing if I can find that on this, because I remember seeing this. It was like non-college women voted along the same rates as college-educated white men, or non-college educated white women.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know, like non-college educated white women are just a lot more Republican voting.
Yeah, and ethnic men are becoming more right-leaning. Well, yeah, and the ethno-nationalist route, that is 100% correct. And this is something that I've noticed. I think the black-white issue in the U.S. has just completely psychologically destroyed whites to the point where, and this is something we used to talk about on Inkwell Maddox. If some of you guys are old enough to remember this, or have been around long enough to remember this, we used to talk about what happened to whites in the U.S. Compared to these other minority groups like Hispanics, due to, for example, sending their kids out to college, where they would whites will send their kids to colleges, a state college in another city, and then their kids will go find a job like way on the other side of the country, away from their parents, and there will be like no connections between the family. The family will be scattered all over the country because they're following their economic interests, right? And the end result is you end up with a completely broken apart community. There's like no community left. There's no communal identity. You compare that to Hispanics, like, yeah, they don't go to college nearly as much, but the upside to that is that they kind of stick together. They stay in their communities more or less. And the result is that they do have more solidarity. They do have a stronger sense of identity. I mean, like, the biggest contrast to me was when the BLM riots were happening during COVID. And we saw the whites on the one hand in the US were literally holding these weird, it was like surreal, these quasi-religious ceremonies.
Yeah, like black worship.
Yeah, like it was literally like black worship.
Worship.
Yeah, and then you saw in the news the BLM rioters would try and get into these Mexican neighborhoods, and the gangs would just shoot them out of it. Like they would just shoot them out of the barrios and say, if you come around here, we're just going to blow your head off. You know, like
that was funny.
Like one of these communities is going to survive and the other one's not.
Also, I think that this is something I talk about a lot, but I think the whole like black worship like causes a lot of white women, or I don't know what causes it, but white women to do interracial, and then that makes dating like worse for white guys.
Well, you know what's weird is that if you look at how women date based on their politics versus like their actual mate choice, the women that vote for leftists, like the college-educated white women that are Democrat voters, they overwhelmingly date white guys and only white guys. But if you look at the women that vote for Republicans or right-wingers, they tend to be a lot more diverse in their tastes. It's very peculiar.
Yeah.
It is a phenomenon. It's a real phenomenon. If you look at the CDC Wonder
Republicans
Tool,
aren't very serious or anything.
Yeah. If you look at the CDC Wonder Tool, which is it is like a wondrous tool. I love using it because you can get amazing demographic information on it. You will see that actually, I think I have some of this data here. I can. Here we are. So this is college-educated white women, how they reproduce. So this is white women in California with a bachelor's degree or more. I used California because it's like the most libtarded state, right? So you see non-Hispanic white fathers are 81.53%. Now that sounds low, but that's actually for California, that's high. And for Hispanics, it's about 10%. So it's about 90%, and then Asians are another 3.4%. So already, if you combine Hispanics and Asians, it's like 13%, and then whites are 81%. That's like 95% of births are to these three groups. All right. If you look at high school educated white women, the number drops down to 71%, and then the Hispanic number almost doubles. And then you have more than one race, so that's kind of ambiguous. African American is 3.3%. More than one race, Hispanic 1.44%. Bottom line is that the non-college educated white women voted more Republican substantially than the college educated white
But they
women.
also do a lot of interracial.
No, it's very odd. It's very peculiar.
Yeah.
I don't know what this phenomenon is going to result in, but
Yeah. Like yeah, and I mean I've looked at election maps that like go into the precinct level data, and precincts are basically like neighborhoods. Like each neighborhood is like a voting district. It doesn't matter in terms of like the overall results, but it's interesting to see like, how people in a specific area voted. And I noticed that like from 2016 through 2024, like the Republicans like seem to be doing worse in even more like middle class and like above white areas as opposed to more diverse areas. And yeah, I don't know. I guess it's kind of I don't know where it's going to lead, because maybe the Republicans will just get less effective because they'll have like a dumber base.
well, what even are the Republicans representing at this point? Like their whole thing is just reacting against wokeism, I guess. But that's not really standing for anything. It's just reacting against whatever the other side does. There's nothing that they're really offering, especially young men. Like the only one that I see that's trying to do something on the right wing, sort of, is like the Nick Fuentes crowd. But what exactly can you even do there? Like he doesn't seem to understand what he's trying to do, because he's doing the white nationalist thing, but then he's sort of not at the same time. He tries to be really ambiguous. He's mostly focused on the Albanians, but and there's some merit to that. They're the biggest single group that's influential. So focusing on them is a good way to unite people. But
what if the Albanians' work is already done? Like you united people against the Albanians, but like their work is done anyway.
It's weird with like Fuentes. I don't really think he's gonna have an audience. Like he's gonna stick around just because like of how long he's been around, but like I don't really see like a world in which Fuentes is like anything but a laughing stock in a couple of years. Just like the audience he was able to cultivate was the result of like the unique circumstances when he was popping off, like after Charlottesville, when like he was like the only one left basically.
See, I'm not so sure about that, and the reason why is because Hispanics are in an unusual situation where they exist outside of the black-white paradigm that has just completely destroyed the brains of whites in America. They are intruders into that framework. They don't have any connection to one side or the other. And they've inherited a Latin American understanding of race, which is, if anything, even more, I don't know if supremacist is the right word, but it's like even more
realistic, maybe.
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to be charitable with my words, but the way that race works in Latin America is that the white Hispanics are on top, and the society is sort of centered around proximity to them, and Hispanics have inherited that to a large extent. Even the ones that are not
it is like
themselves.
A strange version of apartheid, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not really that, because they're not separate. They don't practice segregation. Like they're intermixed, but it's like they still have white Hispanics at the top, and the ideal is to strive towards increasing your white ancestry or something along those lines. I think it's called something about improving the race, something like that. Like they have, and that's the thing.
Yeah, it does translate to literally improving the race, but I forgot what it's called.
Mejorar la raza.
Yeah, like
Yeah, La Raza, yeah.
like that's how a lot of Hispanics think, even subconsciously. And this is why I laugh when I see people think that Nick being quarter Mexican is some kind of like hypocrisy on his part. But the way I see it, having followed Latin Americans, or like especially the high IQ ones, like there's one guy named Ricardo Duchesne who writes a lot of books on these sort of topics. I follow him. What you realize is that he probably inherited most of his attitudes on race from his Mexican side. Like that's where a
This
lot
also
of
relates to Geomax, the topic of next week's discussion.
yeah,
You
I mean,
know?
I was hoping to keep it a little more lighthearted on that one, but that will come up as a topic because it is a fact that needs to be discussed.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the channel is mainly aimed at like what white guys can do. At least next week's stream, because I think for ethnic guys, they mostly just want white women. Like I think that's why they come to the West, is like to try to get white women. Like I don't think it's really for money. I think they just want white women. Maybe like somewhat more materialism too, but mostly I think they just come to the West for white women. And if they can't get that, then I don't really feel bad for them. They could always arrange marriage.
Yeah, and yeah. By the way, this is already happening. Nick, you can see with the Americans, they're already starting to split with the European nationalists, and you saw that split start with Elon Musk promoting the
H-1B.
yeah, the H-1B thing. With and then there was a huge backlash, and Elon banned a bunch of people, and then he started promoting the grooming gang stuff. And
I mean,
and the Europeans jumped on board with that because they saw it as benefiting them. And I remember thinking to myself when I saw that, I was like, I wonder what the Europeans would do if they were just approached by these guys, these oligarchs, and they were said, look, we want America as this gigantic merchant empire, basically, that we want to pump as much labor in as possible, and we just want to run it like a business. But if you don't complain about it, like you white people, if you don't complain about it, we will allow you to keep Europe as kind of like a museum for your own nationalities. Like you can do your own thing, and we'll leave you alone. But that's the deal. And then my question would be, I wonder how many Europeans would take that deal. Like, I really do wonder how many would take that deal. And I think it would be a surprising number of them that would take that deal. It would be like, you know what? Sorry, Americans. I don't think that's gonna happen. Sorry, American nationalists. We're going to take this, and we're going to side with these people.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen though. Like I think Elon Musk would support like Hindu immigration if they like worked as
why though? Why would Elon Musk benefit from Indian immigration into the EU?
I mean, he probably owns like some stake in companies there, and he wants like more cheap labor.
Yeah, but wouldn't he benefit from having those people in the United States instead?
Well, there's enough to go around.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if he's headquartered in the U.S., if his corporations are in the U.S., he's going to want those workers where he can employ them directly, right? Like if we're talking about outsourcing, then he could just outsource directly from India. In fact, having Europeans compete.
Sure he owns stock in like European companies or like some sort of share. So at least in theory, I mean, I don't think in reality, I don't think there's enough high-skilled Indians to go around, but at least in theory, he would benefit from cheap labor everywhere.
I don't think so, because he's headquartered now in the U.S., and that's where he wants to create his empire. I think this is where, and I started to think this when I saw J.D. Vance talking about immigration in Europe. Like he was criticizing the Europeans for immigration, and I thought that was strange, because given his wife's background and the stance that his benefactors have towards immigration, and you realize that, well, maybe that's what they're hoping to do, and it would make sense, really. But the problem is this doesn't benefit Americans at all. It doesn't really matter what your race is. It doesn't benefit Americans to have mass immigration flooding into America.
Right.
Economic immigration. So this sets up a direct conflict between these two groups. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm overthinking it or overanalyzing it. But that seems like if I were some scheming billionaire, that is what I would do. I would look at trying to split the Europeans and the Anglo diaspora from the Americans. That and because the biggest threat that you have as an oligarch in America is the American populists.
Yeah. So you don't think there's not like the oligarchical interest in Europe that benefit from like economic migration?
Well, they haven't had economic migration so far. I mean, if there were any of those kind of people, they probably already left Europe by now.
Yeah. Yeah, Europe's more just like the bottom of the barrel type immigrants.
Yeah, like they're bringing in people that are just objectively awful for European interests. I mean, it just is a fact, you know?
Yeah.
Now, we can speculate as to why. There's a lot of theories that this was all planned out in advance. Maybe it was. I don't know.
Yeah,
I still haven't read the first-hand accounts on this. I have seen certain names repeating themselves multiple times, and certain ethnic origins that are very peculiar. Once again, repeating many times. But at the same time,
You're not noticing, are you?
What's that?
You aren't noticing, are you?
No, maybe not. I don't know. At the same time, though, I wonder, like, how does this benefit them to have Europe filled with people that hate them because of their ethno-state in the Middle East?
Maybe they didn't realize that at the time.
You see, you'd think that, but if you look at Israel's foreign policy history, Israel actually actively tried to prevent the collapse of the European empires. Like, they actively assisted France in trying to fight off the North Africans from gaining independence.
I don't think the Albanians are like always perfectly unified in their approach. Like,
No.
I think the Albanians are unified in their ethnocentrism, but not every Albanian has the same idea for society. I think it's just that Albanians are very ethnocentric, so they won't criticize the other side's Albanians. But yeah, I don't think like Albanians are like have a coherent plan.
Yeah, fair enough. That could be the case. I don't know. I still
Like,
see
there
this
could-
as a future split, and you're starting to see this as well with how they're covering Israel, like the recent fight between Israel and Iran. The coverage from the Australian nationalists and some European nationalists was much less partisan than what you saw in the U.S., where it was very much on the I guess you could say the dissident right wing. There was much less friendliness towards the Israeli side. You know, there was a lot of cheering going on for understandable reasons, I suppose, given the situation. But the Europeans were a lot more disinterested. And I think this trend is going to continue. You know,
Well,
incentives
I
matter.
think that the Israel lobby isn't really a thing in Europe like it is in the U.S.
Exactly. It's more of an indirect thing in Europe. And even then, I mean, Europe is in a weird situation because of how ideologically leftist Europe is, whereas America still has this sort of fake right wing that they can LARP with.
No, and I think Trump's bill did some good things. Like, we cut off a lot of gibs to immigrants in this bill. Someone posted about it in a Discord. Like, this bill cut off a lot of gibs to immigrants. Yeah, maybe it wasn't enough, but it's still better than like what the Democrats would do.
Yeah, it's true. But at least they still have a right wing, whereas in Europe they're basically banning the right wing. Wherever the right wing pops up, even these really weak milquetoast right wing parties.
Yeah, that like have a lesbian as like the leader.
Yeah, that's the funniest shit ever.
Yeah.
Yes, we must protect our white women. Absolutely.
But I think like this whole women's rights idea, I think that's got to go.
Yeah, but you can't even approach the idea as long as like the U.S. is. I think the U.S. is going to go down with this race issue. Like they can't get over the black-white thing, and I would even say the blacks are also heavily impacted by this because their psychology revolves around being like an opposition to white society. You know, like that's like I've imagined what would happen if like white Americans were to just vanish off the face of the earth, and like what would black people do at that point? Like their identity is so heavily invested in being opposed to whiteness and white people. There's like nothing left that's independent of it, you know? So I think this is like it's like a codependent, unhealthy relationship that these two races in the United States have. And they're going to go down with it. I don't think they can live it down. But the Hispanics, as I said, the Hispanics and the Asians, these other ethnic groups, they don't have the same issue. So.
No, but it's amazing how like there's way more Hispanics than there are blacks, but like the black-white issue still like defines everything, you know? Like it's amazing how like Asians and Hispanics just somehow become background characters in like the black-white issue, you know?
Yeah, well, that's because they don't have political agency as groups, you know? Like the main issue is America's post-civil rights identity has been opposed to the white majority. Like the white majority has been the villain in the story, and the black minority has been the heroes, you know? And in the past, it was kind of reversed, to be fair to them. Like blacks were seen as this outgroup that was just this sort of chain around the South's neck. Like that's the way they were viewed. Fairly or not, that's just how it was. And then it got inverted after the civil rights movement. So they've never really been depoliticized. It's always been a political issue. This is why I see these guys that are dooming about Hispanic population replacement, I guess you could say, or like their infiltration of American population. I'm thinking to myself, this is probably the only way out of this situation, because like we've seen that white Americans just can't deal with this, you know.
But what about like growth in Africa and like African immigration? Like I think that's kind of an unspoken elephant in the room.
Well, the Africans that can make it to the U.S. are typically from better off backgrounds, and they usually have an issue.
Now.
Yeah, but you know they're not gonna be able to take a dinghy and go across the Atlantic Ocean.
Right, but the NGOs can try to get them across.
Oh, maybe. It depends. It's a lot easier for them to dump them in Europe.
Yeah. But I really think that like there is like a larger genetic distance between like sub-Saharans and like other races than there is between different other races, you know? For better or for worse, like that's just from my understanding.
Yeah. And more so, I've seen poor whites and blacks talk about this shit. There does seem like there's room for the future of whites and blacks to team up. Well, the thing is that I'm not really talking about on the small scale, like individual level that you can talk. Like I talk to a lot of blacks and whites in America that both are like on the same page on a lot of things, but I'm talking about American identity as a whole. I don't think that American identity can survive this thing. it's like the civil rights or the slavery was the cardinal sin. And it's just something that they can't live down.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm looking at this as a Canadian. We never had that issue, obviously. So I'm sort of looking at it from the outside.
Right.
And that's just what it seems like to me. Like when I see blacks and whites have...
Can you ask the person who talked about poor whites if he notices a lot of interracial amongst like poor white women? Because that's what I've noticed.
I mean, when they overlap in a lot of different traits, you're going to see that. But yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's always going to cause friction. The interracial issue.
Anyways, guys, I think we're starting to wind down here. So I think, given that we're 4 hours in, I'm going to probably end this in about 2 minutes. Anyone else have anything they'd like to say or bring up?
I have a 6-letter word I feel obligated to say, but I will keep my silence.
Yeah, it's probably good for the stream's health. All right then, guys. All right, well, this was stream number 2. It was a little bit rocky in the beginning, but I think we're getting the hang of it. Thanks a lot for everyone that came down. We'll talk to you guys later.